Morning, Jay. How are you? Can you hear me?
So much better than the seal.
Hey, Kelly, if you're there, can you just give us a quick sound check? Let us know you can hear.
I can hear. Can y'all hear me?
Very loud.
Loud and clear, like a trauma program manager.
I love it. Good morning.
Hey,
It's Jessica's story.
keep talking so we can adjust the volume.
Could you hear?
What would y'all like me, do y'all want me to read the agenda? Would that be helpful?
Okay, it's good. We got you.
All right, good. I'm so glad I can be useful.
You are so useful. Kelly.
Yes, you are.
Kelly, it's Lori. Thanks for texting me yesterday. I saw your email in my spam, so now you're off my spam list maybe for a moment.
Oh, great. Thank you.
But thanks for contributing to that. I mean, I think we need to encourage more and more to be able to share the resource letters.
All righty.
So is everybody signed up to come today? Either-
We're gonna put you on, put it back on you till we start, okay?
Good morning. I'm calling you, Eric, Eric Croson. Something happened at Walton.
What
I don't know. He wrote me at 12, at midnight. Hey, y'all still handling emergencies? I read Vicky's report. There's nothing there, so I think it's something 911, but anyway.
Okay.
Good morning. I just put a note in the chat box. We'll get started shortly, just waiting on one additional member. Thank you.
Gives you some
All right, well, go ahead. Can they?
You're
here?
on. You are, on.
Is the owl operation?
and it's operational and they're looking at you now. Good morning.
Wave at everybody. Okay. All right, well, I'll call the meeting to order. We've got, I think everyone here now except one commission member. We have 4 here in person and 4 on the line.
Can everyone on the line hear Dr. Ashley?
Yes, I knew.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome. I can't see you all, but from what you can see me through the owl, so welcome to the commission. If you have technical difficulties, please just text or let Liz know, and we'll try to work through that. Or if for some reason you can't hear. That being said, as I said, I call the meeting to order. Looks like we have quorum, so quorum is established. I'd like to, I think it's, we went over that, Jim, Vic, Michelle. Who else on the line?
Michelle, Jim, Atkins, Jay Smith,
Okay, Jay.
and Vic.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, very good.
You have everybody accounted for except Dr. Dillon.
Okay, very good. I know everyone, I assume, is exhausted from COVID. Your shops, anything like ours, and I know it is because I've talked to a lot of people around the state. COVID is busting at the seams and affecting our hospital, so word of encouragement, just hang in there. You know, you'll get through it. So that's working hard, and I appreciate everybody's help, just from a healthcare provider standpoint. And also appreciate people taking time out of their busy schedules to either be here today in person or be online as we, complete and keep the commission's work going in the middle of the pandemic. So thanks to everyone for being here. It was really great to see everybody. I'm glad we went ahead with the meetings last weekend. All the feedback that I got, it was really good for people to get together and just sort of see each other again. There was tremendous amount of work done for those of you that could stay throughout the weekend. The trauma day was a great success. Started off early that morning with a robust administrators committee meeting. We had, I think, 32 executives on the phone. So everybody was well represented. We had everyone from CEOs to chief nursing officers to CMOs. They were engaged, and it gave us a chance to really sort of supercharge that committee with what we wanted them to do to provide feedback to the commission, what we needed at the executive level. So it was very well attended and very good. So I'm very thankful for that. And I think there's just great things to come really from that committee. With that being said, we also heard great report outs from our work groups, from trauma. We have an opioid work group. We have that is attempting to identify the opioid use and trauma centers with our patients. We have a great project there to set a baseline, and then also developing multimodal guidelines with the intention of decreasing narcotic use or opioid use with our trauma patients. There was just great work going on there. Again, I'm impressed with the amount of work that's going on in the middle of the pandemic with people getting overwhelmed. But there's still work going on. There's also an acute kidney injury work group and a TBI work group. And so those groups are charged and working as well. We also heard reports from our, as we move forward with our ArborMetrics, trying to be more like Michigan with our report outs, which allows the trauma centers to really look at a problem very critically, very quickly, and allow our state and our trauma centers to improve our quality. So that is very exciting work as well as we try to, and that will help our subcommittees as they work on these various things like TBI and opioid use and AKI, help them get to the finish line a lot quicker. With that being said, I think that concludes my report. At this time, I'd like to, the minutes were passed out. I'd like to give a motion to approve the minutes. discuss and see if there's any corrections.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, second? Second.
Second.
Okay, open for discussion. Anybody have any concerns or corrections? Okay, hearing none, we will,
Did you want to, what you've done before is give the folks on the line, if they object or whatever, to let you know, just because it's hard to hear.
yeah, I was just gonna ask for the objection.
Okay.
So I'll run this a little bit like a Zoom meeting in the sense that instead of saying aye, just ask for objections, and that will go for the folks in the room as well, and that way our colleagues online can hear silence or an objection as well. So any objections to that? I'll also be a little deliberate here. I have to give them time to come off mute, so I'm not having a senior moment, but just being a little bit slower than usual. Okay, hearing no objections, the minutes stand passed. Unanimously. All right, Liz, that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, I am not going to give a report, just a brief update that we're going to do panel interviews for the executive administrative assistant on Friday. So we're getting one step closer to having that position filled, which I am thrilled. And thank you for those participating in that. So I will keep you all updated on that. And I really wanted to give the time to Jessica, who we haven't seen in a while, to come give you all, if you recall, as part of the minutes from May's meeting, we wanted Jessica, because it's been a while, to come brief everybody on the uncompensated
Hello?
care process. Oops. Was that someone on the line have a question? All right, Jessica, your report is on the screen, but you can stay where you are or come up here. I think they can hear you from there, whichever
Let's
you.
just do a double check, make sure that's in here.
Can
Is that-
everyone hear me?
We can hear you online fine.
You can, okay.
Thank you,
all right.
Dr. Smith.
Then I will just stay right here. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much. It has been several years since I've been here to present this information, so I'm happy to be back. I'm Jessica Story. I'm an auditor with Warren Averett. We are an accounting and advisory firm out of Atlanta, Georgia. And we have been working with the commission for several years now on various projects. But the project or the engagement that we're presenting today is the validation of uncompensated care claims. So I think our report begins in your packet on page 14.
It's under the administrative tab, very first report.
So I'm just going to go ahead and flip on to page 16, which is our independent accountants report. And what this report says is that we performed agreed upon procedures for the commission. And that is different than an audit. So what this says is that the commission gave us specific procedures that we were to perform. We performed those procedures and we are presenting our findings. So that's what you'll see in this entire packet is the procedures we performed and then the results. So I'm going to just flip on to page 17. This is attachment A of our packet, which explains the procedures that we did perform. The first section lists all of the designated level 1 and level 2 trauma centers and burn centers that were eligible for testing in calendar year 2019. So the information that you're seeing today is from calendar year 2019. We're always a year behind in our reporting because that one of the criteria for uncompensated care is that collection efforts were made. So we have a year to do those collection efforts. Towards the bottom of page 17, this does begin the specific procedures that we perform. I'll give a kind of a brief overview of what those procedures were. So beginning in the end of actually 2019, we start preparing our survey instrument. So this survey goes out to all of the centers that were designated during the year via email, and it lists out the specific instructions for what the centers are to provide back to Warren Averett. It also lists all of the pertinent definitions regarding uncompensated care. So the centers have that information when they're compiling their data. We first do that, then we deliver that. And then once we send this out at the beginning of in January and give the centers about a month and a half to compile their results. This year, the deadline was February 12th, 2021. Well, once we get that information back, then we select samples. So the way that we select our samples is listed at the bottom of page 17. So every center is tested. If they have below 25 claims that they submitted, then we test 5. And there's a, that's listed at the bottom of that page, how we do that sampling. And I'm moving on to page 18, just continuing through what our procedures are. This year, we did do all of our testing remotely. So we did Zoom or Teams, web-based testing. In the past, we have done a hybrid approach where we did on-site testing for the larger centers and we did remote testing for some of the smaller centers. But due to COVID, we did all of our testing remotely. That worked out very well. I think everyone appreciated the ability to be able to do that remotely. Again, on page 18, we list out all of the specific criteria that we are looking for in our testing. So the patient, I'm at 4A, the patient did not have medical insurance. The patient was not eligible for medical assistance coverage. We're also looking to make sure there was no third-party payer involved. That could be through workers' comp, auto insurance, could be a settlement. We're looking for that. We're also looking to make sure that the patient has not paid more than 10%. And then that there were no third-party payments made. Again, we're also looking for those collection attempts and collection efforts. And then we're also verifying that the injury severity score that was submitted to us matches what is in the trauma registry. We did add an additional step for the testing of calendar year 19 data. We also made sure that the patient was included in the National Trauma Database. So that was an additional step that we began, and we will continue that going forward. Number 7, step 7, it goes on to page 19. This is just some additional clarifications that during a meeting in March of 2011, the commission made some clarifying remarks on what could be considered uncompensated care and what was not considered uncompensated care. So that is listed in our report as well. Page 20 goes on to attachment A1, which is additional procedures. So once we have performed our initial testing and we have the results from all of the centers, then we look at that data to determine if additional steps should be made based on the exception rate at each individual location. So we look at the number of exceptions that we found in our testing. We look to see if it's a pervasive issue around one specific criteria. And then we look at, the type of exception that we found in our testing to determine the next step. So at that point, if we do have these issues where a particular center has, a number of issues, a number of the same type of issue, then we will ask that center to go back and scrub their data and resubmit new data to us. That new data cannot contain any additional claims beyond what was originally submitted. It must take out the claims that we found were not qualified as uncompensated care. And then the center is also should be looking to remove any other claims that would not be qualified. In this year, we had one center that we did ask to go back and scrub their data and resubmit that information. If that resubmitted information hasn't actually been scrubbed because they haven't eliminated any other claims, then we would go back and test a new sample. But if we can tell that the data has been scrubbed, they have removed additional claims, then we would not go back and retest that information. We did not do that this year with this particular center that was asked to resubmit. So I'm moving on then to page 21 with attachment B. This is the actual results of our testing. So each letter represents one of the criteria that we've tested. And the first one being that the patient had no medical insurance, including Medicare Part B coverage. So we did have 3 centers here that had an exception related to that criteria. And we can go, you can go through, I won't go through all the different criteria, but you can see which particular centers had an exception related to that. And what our recommendation is that the center removes that claim from their final listing of uncompensated care claims. So those findings continue on to page 22. And then beginning on page 23, these are the detailed findings. So before that was a summary. Page 23 begins the specific information related to the centers that had exceptions. So that's listed for each one. That continues for several pages. Page 27, 28, 29. You can see that we also have comments explaining what the exception was.
And for those of you online, the packet is posted to the commission website under this meeting, so you can actually look at the packet in a format that's probably easier to read than what
Okay.
I'm showing you on the screen right now, because these attachments are a little small.
Okay. And then on page 31, this is our summary findings by location. So this is a really good overview of, the entire process. So page 31, these are the locations that were tested without resubmission. So this includes pretty much every location except for that one. So we begin with the original survey. That is the original number of claims that center submitted to us for testing. Difference 1 would be the number of claims that we found in our testing that did not qualify for uncompensated care. So for example, in this first one, Grady, their difference was 0. So that we did not find any exceptions in our testing. That goes on to page 32. And then the bottom right, there is a total for these locations tested without resubmission. And you can see difference 1, the total was 11. So in all of these centers, we found 11 claims that were not, could not qualify for uncompensated care. And I'm turning on to page 33. We did have the one center that had to re-scrub their data. Difference 1, we found 3 in our testing. And the 3 that we found in this particular testing, the criteria that wasn't met was all the same. And so we considered that a pervasive issue, and that's why they were asked to re-scrub their data. And so when they did that, they ended up finding 19 additional claims that would not qualify. So that difference to the 22 is the 19 exceptions that the center found on their own, plus the 3 exceptions that we found in our testing. And then there's also a summary that shows, the total for all of the centers. In total, we were able to eliminate 33 claims that did not qualify for uncompensated care. That is the end of our report. I think I had plenty of time, so if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Well, Jessica, I think, this has been a process for maybe some of the new commission members that haven't been around since the inception. This has come a long way. We started, it was a blank piece of paper. And I remember, we just sat down and came up with the agreed upon procedures. It's not really, as you said, not really an audit. And so I think you can see for the new commission members that maybe haven't seen this kind of detail before, you can see that when we go to the legislature, we can document that we really do look at the taxpayers' dollars, and that we audit, we evaluate the data that's turned in, the claims. And as you can see here, it's pretty well thought out, pretty thorough. There's a lot of steps that Jessica and her company has to go through to make sure everything is, appropriate. And if you remember way back when we first started this, there was not 3 claims, there was a lot of data that needed to be scrubbed. I mean, that first go around, but it was an education process. People didn't know, and it's been years. I think the financial folks at these institutions have learned how to do it now. And so anyway, I think that's a success, and that's just my overall historic comments. I appreciate you being so thorough, and I think we have a good outline. Doesn't mean it could be changed, doesn't mean it could be tweaked, but certainly from a process standpoint, it flows, and we could debate on which, we need to change number 8 or number 6 or whatever, and that's always open for discussion. Those are my general comments. Anybody else have a comment?
Just a quick question, page 32. It looks to me like you looked at over 5,000 claims and there were 11 errors.
I'm sorry, Courtney.
On that bottom right on page 32, it looks like you tested 5,000 claims and you found 11 issues.
So that is not the amount that we tested. That is the total claims that were submitted in this category. We actually tested, I have that information, it's not in our report, but we tested 480 claims out of 5,447. So that's about 9% that we tested.
But you found 11 issues.
We actually found a total of 14. And then
That's still pretty small. That's pretty good. That's pretty good work.
it has definitely improved throughout the years. People have, really learned what the criteria is. I think when we start seeing more exceptions, it's because we have new people involved. And, we just have to go through that training process and that teaching process of how the procedures should be handled in order to really have good data.
It's certainly improved from when we first started. There are all kinds of things that popped up, and I think we've refined this process over the years that we've done it. And like you said, I think the finance departments are understanding what the commission covered for uncompensated care. So the number of claims that come through that you find payments on is getting smaller and smaller. For sure. And it goes probably quicker too, because the people now know how to do it.
That's
And when you
exactly right.
first started.
And
I
that's
think,
it.
Jessica, you do a lot of the training with the financial folks it's sort of as an extension of the commission, right? I mean, I
Exactly.
know I'm not doing it, I
I-
don't think we're doing it, but that
Yeah.
comes from you, right?
I do, and I do that if they reach out to me with questions. And whenever I originally, submit this information to the centers, I say, please, if you don't understand the criteria, reach out, we'll go through it, we'll walk through the process. And I have a lot of new people especially that do take advantage of that.
So, this is strong word, just for my clarification, so it looks like you evaluate about 20% of the claims made.
It's actually about, around 10%.
Okay. And so if the number of exceptions doesn't reach a certain threshold, you just make adjustments, have the centers make adjustments on the ones that were exceptions, and then just assume that the rest of them are clean.
That's right. If it doesn't reach a level that this is a problem, we just remove those that we found to be exceptions.
Okay.
If we have, 3 or 4 that it's the same issue, then we ask the center to rescrub their data, resubmit.
And these are sort of industry standards, like, I think,
Yeah,
if
so
I remember
our-
you speaking before, that you have certain thresholds and certain numbers, if it meets this or meets that, then you ask them to do this. It's not like something they just sort of do willy-nilly.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
We use auditing sampling forms, which uses statistical analysis. So it is kind of the same, what we would use in an audit to be able to determine.
Any other questions for Jessica?
We made one clarification about in this last go around in the actual procedure about the NTDS criteria, right? Because there were some, so now there is a filter, you can run that. So now everybody is apples to apples across the board, because some people include more patients in their registry than what meet the criteria. And in 3111-100, there's actually a definition of a trauma patient that includes the national, whatever the national standard is. So I think that helped a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. We started actually looking at that last year. It wasn't part of our report, but we did want to go ahead and let the centers know that this would be coming. And so we did start looking at that last year, but this year it was actually reported on. And we did find some that were not included in the National Trauma Database. So we removed those.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just like to say, we're back on schedule.
Yes, sir,
Uh,
Mr. Chairman.
Actually, we're 4 minutes ahead. Okay, so we'll move now into the subcommittee and work group reports. Looks like bylaws is up first. Dr. Michelle Wallace. Michelle, are you on the owl?
I am here. Yes, sir. Thank you, Liz, for pulling that up. I believe Liz sent out last week what the recommendations were from the bylaws committee. There was a brief overview, a few key things to point out on page 4, Article 7. There was a removal, and I believe it's highlighted. Well, the last time I looked at it, it's the same one. Yeah, it is, sure is. Remove language regarding subcommittee dissolving. The commission chair may appoint a non-commission member to serve as a subcommittee chair, just to be able to open up the brain power that's at the table. So it's not just the trauma commission members that are a part of this, that we can actually pull in others, i.e. I'll be doing that as with the trauma subcommittee, or the admin subcommittee, excuse me. The subcommittee chair terms of 3 years added with an option of reappointment for a second term, not to exceed maximum of 6 years as a subcommittee chair, to ensure that we have adequate just oversight for that. And then page 4, Article 9, amendment of bylaws. We added bylaws review to occur every 3 years versus where we are right now, which is essentially every year. So those are the big changes for the group Mr. Chair, is there anything, any questions you have or anyone else in the committee?
Well, I think now that was the bylaws subcommittee. Who all was on that? Refresh my memory.
Myself. Yep, go ahead, Liz.
Oh, sorry. Michelle.
Okay.
I see you on there, so I didn't. Yes, Dr. Wallace, Jim Adkins, and Dr. Maderos were part of that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so coming from a subcommittee, it doesn't need a motion, so it's up for immediate discussion. So I'll open it up for discussion.
So I'll start off. I got a couple of questions. One, so we, essentially with this, we don't have such things as standing subcommittee with the subcommittees. Does the chair have the authority to do an ad hoc committee?
The chair of the commission or the chair of
Chair
the
of the
committee?
commission.
The chair of the commission would have the ability to do. So we talked about those standing subcommittees and what we identified was that we had a whole bunch of committees and things that some were active, some were inactive. And it became very confusing. And so instead of having language related to standing versus committees versus work groups, it was just subcommittees that were established as a single word.
So the chair, just to follow up on that, Courtney, the chair. And Michelle, I can't see you. I'm looking at Regina here, so just everybody jump in.
Sorry. I had my video on earlier and I turned it off and wasn't paying attention.
She's in a little square, I see her.
You're like the Hollywood Squares, Michelle.
Yeah.
They put you in a box, a little box. So the, I didn't know how to answer that. The chair can still, the chair, i.e. currently me, can still appoint a subcommittee, what do you call it?
An ad hoc.
Ad hoc
Ad hoc.
subcommittee, right?
You can add any subcommittee you want.
Like
I
if we
mean,
wanted, if
form
we
and
needed an
dissolve.
emergency subcommittee, I can do that.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah, it says that, yeah, may appoint a subcommittee, so you can still appoint any.
We just changed the verbiage. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Can he dismiss the subcommittee?
Well, doesn't, let me look.
We had that in the previous that he could dissolve.
You could
right?
dissolve.
Well, it had to be, well, that's where we had standing
But you
subcommittees.
took that out.
Can dissolve, because we never dissolved it.
I'm sorry, we had that the 2/3 vote could dissolve, right?
It had,
But
they
now-
needed a 2/3 vote as opposed to when. I think what we've developed, what's happened, we were trying to match the language to what's happened. So we have subcommittees that do work, and then we have work groups. That the work groups are more like, the subcommittees are the standing subcommittees in the old language, and the work groups, the things that stand up and dissolve when the work of specific points or items or projects are identified that need to be taken care of. I suppose if it becomes a long-standing thing, it could then turn into a subcommittee. Does that make
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I think I heard most of that. But the one issue that I have great concern with is the last line in Article 7 under subcommittees, where it speaks of the subcommittee chairman may be appointed to serve a second term, not exceed 6 years. I personally would like to see that stricken from that statement, because I think it'd be a great detriment to the EMS subcommittee, which has a longstanding chairman that is doing a great job in that position. That's the one item that I definitely oppose.
Well, Vic, I appreciate that, and I definitely think we'll discuss that for sure, but that language we specifically put in there for the sole purposes of bringing our work in line with what the most other organizations and structures have, which are term limits for positions like that. Just like we have officer, I'll give you an example, our commission itself has term limits on officer positions, so it's really not any
Show me that
different.
in the bylaws.
That we have term limits?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, and that may be the case, maybe on the side of hospital or state. It's just not, it's not necessarily the case with EMS, and maybe that's what I was not used to is we don't set those.
I know in the past we've done that.
yeah, it's written, I read it
I
somewhere.
haven't seen it in the
Starts to put them
bylaws.
together here. But yeah, it's right here. All right, Article 5. Like, look at E. The vice chair and secretary treasurer positions are effective following the election of the officers. The vice chair, secretary treasurer shall serve a term of 2 years beginning at the annual meeting of the commission. The vice chair and secretary can hold a limit of 2 consecutive terms. So we already have precedent for term limits in the officer level of the commission. And just to come in line with continuity and consistency, we added that for the committee chair positions as well.
I'm still uncomfortable with it. I mean, that's a personal thing. Because in that subcommittee, we've been doing some long-term training, some long-term work. I think this would stop.
So I guess, how would that do that?
Well, essentially, when in any situation where you some people, if you will.
If you remove the leader of the group as the chair, does that require that that person roll off the committee? In other words, could that person still contribute to the committee even as the chair?
Theoretically, our vision would be it would set up a structure where we have for succession planning, right? Because we don't have good succession planning here in the commission. I think we're at a place where we need to do that for just the reasons that Courtney pointed out. We all serve at the pleasure of the people that appointed us, and we have to be able to ensure that people coming behind us do it. You don't get to remain, but I think for the committees, you have chairs, vice chairs. Theoretically, hopefully you appoint a vice chair who then would appoint as chair, because they would sort of be mentored by the chair. And then to really make continuity of things work, your chair should serve as the immediate past chair. That's the structure GCTE has. That way there's longevity and historical perspective, so that that person stays kind of involved at that executive level, that committee, to make sure that just what you said, the hard work that and the planning that goes into things don't get lost. There's nothing more frustrating, and I can speak to that personally, when you have historical perspective and new people come in and have all these great ideas, like they're new ideas, and you're like, I've been there, done that. I think that's why it's important to ensure that the past chairs remain to help the new leadership, and then also develop leadership down the line so that you continue to do good work and it doesn't fall.
So what did you say about GCTE, the chair?
So GCTE has a chair, vice chair, and then an immediate past chair that make up sort of their de facto executive committee. So when we talk and meet, the past chair remains with the new chair and the vice chair to kind of shepherd and mentor them through. So now when Jesse rotates off and Tracy steps up, Jesse will remain, and then there'll be another vice chair and then eventually. So it's kind of that constant succession planning and mentoring, just so that that doesn't happen, that you don't invest a lot of your time and effort and then have it all fall apart or things fall through the cracks.
I don't think that the chairman has the ability to whoever he sees fit to be chair of that group. Dr. Wallace's point, sometimes the person to lead it is a guy or gal who's been there a long time. Maybe. I'm still uncomfortable with that particular concept. One point, we're opening up for additional people to be involved. And on the same notion, we're shutting down some people.
I think there's a pause there, and I didn't quite hear what Mr. Twilliger said. But Chairman, I would like to reiterate that I believe the only committee this would greatly affect is the EMS subcommittee. And if the EMS committee, or the ones that are on here on EMS in general, are in line with striking that particular last statement, and it's not a nuisance or it's not a heavy burden, I'm still in favor of striking that. We do the same thing on our EMS councils for the across the state, the 10 councils across the state, we normally have the chair goes into an executive committee spot so that he can maintain and help that particular chair. However, we also have that option after the term limits of 2 years, they are voted on again. And I just feel that it would be a somewhat of a detriment if we added that statement in to affect the EMS subcommittee in that area.
Well, what about the other members of the bylaw subcommittee? Michelle and Jim?
Hey, this is Michelle. I mean, I absolutely appreciate what has been shared. Thank you. But ultimately, I don't think we can have a one-off. I think it just opens the door for inconsistency in other decisions that we make. If we do it one area, next decision comes up in another department, another subcommittee, or another decision we have to make. And if we've made that decision to allow one group to have a different plan than everyone else, I just don't think that that's viable. And the purpose is, I mean, absolutely, the EMS subcommittee is thriving, and I think it'd be great to be able to grow other leaders into that. But the concern with this is having subcommittees where that isn't accurate, where we don't have strong leadership. And when that opens the door and we don't have term limits, then it's very difficult to make those decisions to have people no longer in those roles. So while that statement doesn't apply to EMS subcommittee, it could apply to other areas. And so we just have to have a level of consistency for the organization that is in alignment with everything else that we're doing within the commission. So that's the driver behind that, not about any one subcommittee, about what do we look like as a full commission and maintaining that consistency.
Well, again, I'll just have to be me, and I apologize. No. So I would move that we strike that last line. And it would be, and I was asking to strike it for the EMS subcommittee, I asked to strike it for every committee. And which would go back to the chairman having the authority to appoint the DC's fit, the chair of the group.
Well, I'll make a comment. The term limits don't have anything to do with the chairman's appointment. That's still in there. It's just that your term, that there'd be term limits. And then he would have to appoint somebody.
Yeah. So he would lose the ability to appoint that person if they term.
After the second appointment. That is correct. Just like the officers.
Yeah, that is correct.
Any other discussion? Anybody on the aisle? Other comments?
So again, my motion would be to amend the motion to strike that last sentence.
And do we vote on your motion first?
Well, not unless there's a second.
Got it.
Well, and I would second that. I would have made the motion, but yeah, I definitely second it behind, I think Courtney made that.
Yes. So now we vote on that one. Or we discuss that one and then vote on that one.
Thank you.
It's just the way Robert did it.
You should be the chair of the Roberts Rules of Order Committee.
I would prefer to take those back.
Okay, any further discussion on Courtney's motion? So I guess the rules of order here, we'll vote on that. And then after that, depending on what that comes out, we'll vote on the original motion, with or without an amendment, depending on how the vote goes.
That's restated for the online people.
Okay, you want to restate your-
Can I, as far as discussion, so,
Yeah.
we're singling out EMS. Well, yes, we are. I mean, because,
No,
I mean,
that's not,
it's
that
been-
wasn't his motion.
no, I know, but I'm, in my comments, what I'm saying is that I think in general, it's better to have a succession plan. I think there's a possibility when you have someone who's in a position for a long time that ideas and input can ossify and may not be fresh ideas that can come in. My question about the EMS subcommittee is who participates in the EMS subcommittee?
There are 3 members of the commission. Three. And that's myself, Dr. Maderas, and Bill. We also have positions for 10 other individuals from each of those. That's pretty much it.
So just clear, the chair would need to be a commission member or not a commission member because
If you vote in favor of these bylaws, the chair is not record.
I just don't think we can assume that there's only one person who's capable of. And as Regina said, it's not like the person who finishes their 2 terms of chair would completely roll off. They would still have input into that committee. It wouldn't be voiceless. They wouldn't set the agenda anymore, but they still would be a participant. They wouldn't report at the commission meeting, but they would still be.
If there's I'm only hearing bits and pieces, not quite hearing everything so well. I'm gonna, but if you're not familiar with the EMS subcommittee, you hadn't been there, hadn't been to some of the meetings and familiar with EMS in general, I'm just going to share something. For everything that Mr. Twilliger is aggravating and cantankerous, he is by far the one person that is in tune with the entire state, in my opinion, and works harder than any other individual that I've ever met in the EMS industry to make it the very best that it can be. He is very open to all suggestions and to every member that brings up different items that they have. And that's where my passion is because my concern is if we place somebody there that doesn't have that, yeah, he can guide and direct, but it still doesn't have, in my opinion, the representation that he gives to the EMS family in general across the state. And that's in reference to something that stimulated something I heard. If you've not been there and if you've not watched him for years, I mean, since I've been in EMS in the late 80s and early 90s, Mr. Twilliger has been what I consider the godfather of EMS. In that one committee.
So true.
Yeah, and am I pushing as hard as I can for that particular scenario? Absolutely right. Can other people go in there and do the job? Absolutely correct. I just don't think they would do it to the standard that Mr. Twilliger's continued to keep that at across the state of Georgia. I also don't know how he keeps his job. I don't know how his bosses put up with him because he stays on the road much more than any other individual I'm familiar with, visiting and doing the meetings and keeping all of us informed. Just my opinion.
So
I agree.
This is not, this has become about me, and that really, believe it or not, wasn't what I wanted. What it is about picking, being able to pick the person that is perhaps best for the job on a continual basis. And I recognize the concept of new leadership and your new leadership, but also recognize the benefit of caution. So I think we beat this dog to death.
Well, I will point out one last thing too. With or without term limits, the chair can pick, remove, and place one position as he sees fit too. So, not to say using you as an example, or me as an example. I could think that I'm the best thing to the budget subcommittee they've ever had. The sentence that any can say thanks, but no thanks, I'm gonna appoint somebody else. So you know, the same thing, Vic can feel very strongly. And I do go to the EMS subcommittee meetings, and Courtney does do a tremendous job, and his passion is extremely clear. And his commitment to both rural as well as EMS, rural healthcare in general. But that doesn't mean, even if this doesn't pass as far as limits to terms, that whoever the chair may be, Dr. Ashley or somebody that the governor appoints, isn't going to come in and put in all his own people too. There's no guarantee for any of us, really.
So I think, again, like you said, you didn't want to make this about you. And so if we try to step back and not make it about you, I think there's actually a downside to what Vic was saying, and that is you have somebody that's so powerful, so connected, that they're entrenched and you can't remove them. That's kind of like the old world of Tammany Hall and political bosses and stuff. That's actually not necessarily a good thing. If you don't have an ability to get new blood in and have a succession plan and think that there's only one person who's capable of doing a job and nobody else can take them. I think there's something potentially dangerous, might be too much. About having somebody that entrenched that they can't be replaced.
So, somebody saying something on the aisle, I hear some voices. Do I have a comment?
And not to make this about you either, but I mean, the fallback is that if there are no term limits, then there has to be there has to be more scrutiny about who's leading what subcommittees and the ability on your part to say, okay, thanks for your service. Responsibility falls solely on the chair.
So I may have a solution to dilemma. Listening to the discussion and then rereading the paragraph here. Let me, I'll reread it in just a second, tell you what I'm thinking. But in general, I don't think if we took Courtney out of it, we know Courtney, let's take Courtney out of it. If I'm just looking at this, say I'm called in as a consultant for Acme Commission or Acme Hospital or whatever. I don't see, there's nothing really out of whack here with this recommendation. I mean, the way it's written, because this is pretty standard, industry standard term limits and things. I mean, our hospital has the same thing. It's pretty straightforward stuff. I think where we're getting hung up is that a vote on this process affects somebody we know pretty close, one of our commission members and the EMS subcommittee. So voting blindly, there's also a collateral damage, if you will, or collateral effect here that affects which Courtney's well articulated and Vic as well. So I think that's what we're hung up on, because if it weren't for that one thing and the comments that have been made, I don't think anybody would vote against this, because and I'm giving my opinion. I mean, you all may not agree with that. You know, just my opinion. I don't see anything that's outlandish here or outside the process. So maybe trying to bring the two together and find some type of resolution that everybody would be happy with. If you read and I'm reading the paragraph, all subcommittees shall have a chairperson and a vice chairperson appointed by the commission chairperson. So I think adding the vice chairperson is huge, because we've seen benefits from that, although we didn't have it in bylaws, but already from the rural subcommittee with Dr. Patterson and Dr. Register working together, that's been a win. So I see that as a very positive thing. That also provides the chairperson help. It also provides learning opportunities for maybe the junior person, or maybe not a junior person, but somebody that's senior that just is taking on that role. It does provide that. I like the idea that Regina mentioned, which I don't think is written here, but probably ought to be put in there at some point, about the chairperson as they rotate off, being part of the executive team. I think the GCTE, I didn't realize they were doing that. I think that's positive because that gives institutional history to the new chair coming in and the vice chair, which would probably be might be the same person, might not be the same person. So I like that structure. The commission secretary treasurer will chair the budget subcommittee. Okay. All other subcommittees may be chaired by the commission member or a subcommittee member. Again, I understand the reason for that as we've had to work that a little bit in the rural subcommittee. So I understand where that fits in. So the subcommittee chairperson shall serve for a term of 3 years. And then we get into the subcommittee chairperson may be reappointed to serve a second term. And that seems to be the last line that bring in some heartburn. If I read this correctly as bylaws, if we vote on this today as it stands and pass this, that doesn't mean that your position goes away tomorrow. We just started the bylaws. So basically, based on this, you would have, based on rules and regs, 6 more years to serve as the EMS subcommittee chair, technically. So I think there might be some trepidation that if we vote on this today, Courtney goes away tomorrow. That's not the way I read this, that this is written. Now, that doesn't mean that it couldn't be replaced for whatever reason, if you weren't doing a good job or somebody, if I had to exercise my authority as chair and put a new chair in, I still have the right to do that, either with or without them. So in my mind, as I'm trying to take all the comments and solidify it, it looks like we could accomplish process, which is reasonable, but not disrupt the EMS subcommittee, which I'm sensitive to. I've always been fond of EMS and try to support that committee. So those are just some of my thoughts, and I'm rambling now, but that's what comes to mind from hearing all the discussion.
I think you're right, Dennis, that we haven't had a term, and if there's a chair of a subcommittee, that's not their term, that's just their appointment. And so by passing the bylaw amendment, we're saying that the clock starts. The terms start with the, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I mean, so I mean, the potential for Courtney disappearing from a process, for what I think people have tonight is like, if we vote on this, the process will destroy the MS subcommittee or remove Courtney. That's not technical. I'm talking process now.
Right.
Process does not make that happen. That the EMS subcommittee would be the same tomorrow as it is today after this vote, if it were voted on just like it is. So what I'm saying, process-wise, some of the concerns Vic has and some of the concerns that Courtney has wouldn't take effect if you follow the process and if you're reappointed, if we go this route for 6 years. That's a long time. You might not even be on the commission 6 years, or if you are and still chair, you might want to disappear in 6 years. So
I'm not be alive in 6 years.
So I think it takes some of that hot button part of it out of it from the process, but for the folks that really want process, which I think is a reasonable process, it still puts it intact, but it gives us time to deal with it. I mean, that's just that's my thoughts.
That's
And I'm very sensitive. I don't want to disrupt EMS subcommittee, but as a chair, I also have to make sure that we have process. And so this may be where the two can marry together and we don't hurt anyone. That's just my thoughts. Comments? Side remarks, concerns?
Again, I don't think that you can force a decision from the fact that I'm really in the still. And I know I actually did some research on this, and a lot of organizations do have this stuff built into it. A lot of government agencies. Seniority becomes a big part of that. I still chair in the arbitrary board.
Speak speak up a little
I'm
bit.
sorry, I still believe fairly strongly that the chair has the authority to appoint whoever she thinks ought to be there. But having said that, I think pretty much all the comments have been made. I think in some respect of time, we ought to call my motion, whether it passes or not.
Okay, so refresh us of your motion.
My motion is essentially to strike that last line as it relates to term limits and your ability to chairman.
Okay, we'll vote on that. We'll call it to vote. Then we'll take up the original motion on the floor, depending on what the amendment vote is. So, I'll just ask for objections. I ask for.
Why don't we
No,
run through
I was
everybody's
gonna say,
vote
not to
for
put
this
anybody
one?
on the spot, but
Yeah,
I think it's easier just to call on people and ask them.
I think the
If
next
they're
one will be
for or
a
against it.
lot cleaner.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do
call
that.
for a vote. I know there's gonna be some against it, and in all honesty, when you put it like that, some of them, you might not be just exactly right.
So the way to word it here is, and I'll try to restate the motion again. There's a motion on the floor to accept the bylaws subcommittee as it's written here. Courtney has a motion for an amendment, and that's been seconded by Vic. And the amendment would be to strike the last line, which I will read. It says the subcommittee chairperson may reappoint to serve a second term not to exceed a maximum of 6 years. And the part that would be stricken, according to Courtney's motion, would be the term limit part of 6 years. So that's the motion now on the floor. So if you are in favor of the motion, which is
Just call on each person.
to strike that, then the vote would be yes. If you're opposed to striking the term limit line, the vote would be no. That make that plain?
Yes, did everybody for Michelle, Jim, and Jay and Vic, did you hear Dr. Ashley clearly?
We did, or I did.
I did.
Yes,
So a vote yes strikes the line, a vote no does not strike the line. Make it real simple. We talk so much, I'm trying to make it just. Actually, I'm trying to get something straight in my head. Okay, so I'll just start with the folks online. Jay,
Vote no.
okay, Michelle,
vote no.
Vic,
Vic,
Yes.
Jim,
Jim,
Oh, yes.
okay, and Regina.
No. He voted.
No.
Bleacher is no, John's no, Courtney,
Yes.
and I will vote no. I went count, so what's it come up to be?
so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's and 3 yeses.
5 no's, 3 yeses, which means
You're
motion does
missing,
not carry, correct?
because it's 2/3, yeah. So you need, that's the other thing we talked about, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting little wrinkle, because it takes 2/3 to amend the bylaws. That motion is not to amend the bylaws, to amend a motion to amend the bylaws.
You're not addressed in the bylaws.
Yeah. So I personally think that the motion fails. The original motion, which is to amend the bylaws, is back on the table. I'm not the parliamentarian.
Do you guys have some parliamentarian expertise you can share?
She's been looking at the Robert's Rules of Order, so a bunch for our usual. I think that's one we wouldn't look at. Well, is that the motion failed, but the original bylaws committee motion is still down on the table.
Yeah.
But
Because it was a modification to the original motion.
Right.
it would then have to have 6 votes.
And then what about we talked about the ability for, we don't have one member here.
We know.
Well, you got a point where you-
Two-thirds of the members.
It's members,
Okay.
Of the pool.
it's members present, so you have 2/3 of those.
The bylaws say
56.
two-thirds majority vote of the commission, not just of the members. present. All of our bylaws say of the member of the quorum present,
Yeah,
but yours say of the commission.
that's right. It does say
So
that.
it
Yeah.
would still have to be of the two-thirds of the full commission.
So that would be for the amendment. So we would have it.
So your Robert's rule says, generally says 2/3 of members present and voting. Schools, right? And David is absolutely right. If we have a bylaws that says 2/3 of commission members, that might be something for the bylaws. to consider. Because if we ever have a meeting that just here at a forum, then we wouldn't be able to vote on a lot of issues. Well, maybe just a minute for bylaws. So, why don't we do this? Why don't we vote? It may not be an issue. If we vote, that becomes an issue, then as a chair, you got two choices. You can say we don't have the votes to pass it. Or you can say based on the bylaws and 9 members. Or you can say Robert Rule says, you know, 2/3 of the members present. Considers next meeting, we'll sit down.
So if we, I think what I need to get straight in my mind as we vote, what is the number before we vote? I don't want to get in a situation after we vote, that's right. Let's pick the number before. So what is the number?
Well, if you base your numbers on.
It would be 6 to be 2/3. You need 6. We don't, yeah. Mhm. And I think because in my mind, you're just gonna then vote on the opposite of what this was. So I think you'll still have the same numbers. And we just, we need the
We
one
don't
person.
know that.
Yeah. I guess you could go ahead
Yeah,
and take that vote.
again,
and see.
you don't really have another move, motion to table, you don't really have a choice. You got a motion on the table. you have to deal with
Yeah,
it.
you have to do it, right? You can't just ignore it.
Yeah,
The only option with that is have somebody move the table. But that's just gonna kick the can down, either way, you can kick the can down the road, so. My frustration right at the moment is that I would like to see the concept of Dr. Patterson, Mr. be able to, one or two of them, to be able to chair that committee. I think that's really important. To give them that horsepower to go ahead and get started, because they're doing great work, and I don't want to do anything to slow it down.
And we've been out of compliance with our bylaws, because GCTE isn't chaired and hasn't had a commissioner.
And-
Occasionally it is, and occasionally it isn't. So, you know, that's another
So
reason.
theoretically, there's nothing in our bylaws that would prevent it. This just give him back up to do. So I think he can continue to do that.
Doesn't say in the bylaws that you're supposed to be chaired by.
I think it does. Your current, because we changed that. Yeah, we changed that. It does.
Doesn't have to be a commissioner.
Mhm.
But you took that out.
Well, because there's so much more work to be done, and there's only 9 people, and some, you know, varying degrees of.
No, I
ability
agree
to
with that. I mean, I want
commit.
them to be
How
able to
long,
do it.
how long have you been the EMS subcommittee chair currently? Has it been 7
4
years? I think it's been since 2013 when we looked at it. So another 6 years would be 13 years. So
So
is that restrictive that we couldn't?
So I tell you what I'll do.
I'm just trying to be the voice of reason.
I do feel strongly, very strongly, and I've been in, that just as a trauma surgeon that convinced me to buy my first copy of Robert's Rules of Order. And so that, feel fairly comfortable in my position about the chair. But this is going to tie us up to the point we can't do work. I think it's exactly the right thing to do. But I don't want to have any hall. So I would ask the folks who I think supported me to let's move this down the road and vote in favor of it. Then I don't have to do any high level math and nobody else does.
I got my calculator.
Got 4.8.
We're crunching the numbers, Brittany.
But I would, but let's go ahead and take care of this. And I'll make another motion now. I don't think we'll be too problematic. I think the bylaws committee still look at clarifying that 2/3 majority of commission versus 2/3 commission. This is on the agenda for a regular meeting. If somebody doesn't show up, and I'm not going to pick on the Texas Democrats, but if somebody says, well, we just won't come to the meeting, they can't vote, then that's not what I want to see. I think every commission member needs to come. And I know what Dr. Dillon said, he's working. I think you call the question, and they will get beyond this.
Okay. All right, then I'll call the question and we'll vote on the original motion. Still on the floor. So I'll start around the room again, or we'll start online. I'll just go the same order if I can remember it. Jay, yes or no on the original motion for from the bylaws committee?
Yay.
Okay, Vic?
Hey, I'm sorry. Once again, it was kind of hard to hear you. Is it, what are we voting on, the original or the one that that Courtney made?
The original.
Okay, that would be nay.
Jim?
Yay.
Michelle?
Yay.
Regina?
Yeah.
Sean?
Yes. This is fun right now. Yay.
Dennis is a yes.
Yes, that was.
Okay, so the motion carries. All right, now, Courtney, would you like to make
Yeah,
another motion?
I can make a motion and you could direct them, but I think the bylaws committee needs to clarify that 2/3 majority. I would think that ought to be 2/3 of the majority of the members present and voting.
Can we
Can
make a
somebody-
motion for that edit? Can we do that? Because I think that, or do
No,
we have to
no,
write it and then
You got to.
put it for
I
the
can make the
14
motion.
days?
I can make the motion to amend the bylaws with that wording. And then next meeting we would vote on it because you have to have 14 days notification.
Right, 14 days, so we can.
That's why-
propose it. I get it, because I think it was not
Just-
understanding each of the rules. That was a good catch.
If you'd like, I'd make the motion to amend the bylaws at the next meeting after proper notification, that the bylaws reflect that to amend the bylaws, it takes 2/3 of the members present and voting. And call the meeting at a regular meeting with that.
No, I agree with that. But we have to have a second.
And that is just for clarification, well, second, I'll second.
So there's a second from Regina. It's open for discussion.
And that is the language and specific, for more common to Robert's rules, and we're trying to make these more standard. If that's more standardized language says 2/3 of the members present.
This is what, we just put that away, and then we look it up, next meeting, I'll make an amendment. We've had such a
We
good
have to
time with
put-
this one.
Well, we have to put it out in writing so we can look and reference and get it in the correct writing and submit it to all the commission members to review ahead of time, with 14 days, which we're supposed to. I
So,
think that was just an oversight.
and I think it ties in, we have to put the bylaws out 14 days in advance. So it's not like you can have a secret meeting and half the commission not show up and you pass it with 3 votes. So as long as the 14 days is in there, I think it's why it's written that way. So it really should be the members that are present. That needs to make a change. So that motion, so now that is a motion and that,
That was present and voting. Because you may have 2 or 3 members that will not vote, and that will throw it into committee.
So that's if they abstain. Did that mess you up with
That
it?
was- Abstention is a vote.
Is a vote. Okay, so
All of our regional council bylaws and sections that say 2/3 vote of the council members present at the next meeting.
That is smart because then you
Yeah.
can conduct business, yeah.
Yeah, no, quorum first.
you have to have
and
a
then
quorum and
2/3
then
of whatever
2/3
the
of those
quorum.
people.
And we have the quorum piece in there. We just don't have the clarification language. That's been in existence since the bylaw. That's nothing that,
If
yeah.
you'd rather amend the motion to let the bylaws committee come up with proper wording so that we.
Why don't you send the wording?
Yeah, we have to send it out
Yeah.
14 days in advance.
I'll cut and paste stuff out of Robert.
And then we can amend it and then send it. That would work.
And I suspect we won't have the discussion yet.
So why don't we just withdraw our motions from the bylaws? I'll send that to you, Dr. Wallace, and y'all can.
And then let's vote on it the next meeting, get that done and move on. So, Michelle, there'll be a little time sensitive there. That does, there's only one line, but it will have to go out to all the commission members 14 days in advance, so that we can vote on it for the next meeting. That would be my only request to the chair of the bylaws committee to get that done.
Yes, sir, we'll make it happen.
Thank you, Michelle.
So those two motions are retracted then?
Yes,
Or-
so we withdrew that motion, so.
One motion.
Just the
But you-
second motion to approve as,
No, that passed. The motion Courtney had after amending, requesting the amendment to the bylaws with the 2/3 language is what he withdrew.
his first one,
No,
the second one, okay.
no, neither one of
The
them.
first one I made was.
Oh, the one you just had on the table, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, he said motions plural, so that's what we withdraw
Okay.
our motions.
Well, I would like to thank Dr. Wallace for the most invigorating bylaw discussion that I've been in for a while. You're going to stay in the box, Michelle, on the screen there. Been a little funny. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Thank
I think after that, I'm going to ask for a break.
I agree
Take
with
a
you.
10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene with whatever we got left to do.
We have a lot left to do. I will turn the camera off and mute everyone until we reconvene
Let's
in 10
reconvene.
minutes, 10:45.
10:45.
All right, thank you.
Let's go ahead and reconvene. Uh, So we'll reconvene with the budget subcommittee report. Regina?
All right, thank you. Good morning, afternoon. We're still morning. Good morning, everybody. The budget subcommittee has been working diligently to put together a proposed AFY 22 and FY 23 budget, as Liz needs to have that up to OPB by September 1st. So I am bringing forth from the budget subcommittee both of those, and you should have them in your packets. I'm looking to see if Liz has pulled them up. There you are. The first one you have is the comparison of the FY 22 to the proposed FY 23. Please keep in mind, this is not a spend plan or a final budget. These are just sort of categories based on previous budget allocations and instructions that we received on the dollar amounts. And then on the next page in your packets and the next slide that Liz will bring up, we'll show you the AFY. It's AFY 21 and the proposed AFY 22. You can see that we are ambitious and our AFY spend plan exceeds the dollars allocated. But I felt very strongly that we're doing a lot of work and we have a lot of ideas, and we need to show the legislators that the funding that we have doesn't cover what we would like to do. And I think it would help them to see that maybe perhaps we could use a little extra money. So we are, I think this is the first time we're submitting stuff that would be exceed budget, but I think we should do it nonetheless. So again, that you're not voting on the exact dollar amounts and expenditures for a budget that will come in March. But once we get the final budget. So that was what the work we had, and since it's coming from a subcommittee, we don't need a first and second. So I will just, or have asked the chair to open that up for questions and comments from the members.
Okay, it's open for discussion. Any comments, discussion?
Maybe we can take comments or discussion on the FY 23 first. I have that up on the screen.
How do you want to do this, Regina? Do you want to vote just on it, or is it global, or how do you want?
I guess we can vote on each one. I mean, we have to send the whole thing together. I guess we can see if anybody else has any questions.
Let's just vote on it as one and be done with it. and let
Yeah, I was
people
gonna
have
say,
Specific
As long as
comments.
it doesn't appear there's many questions, so we probably could dispense with it fairly quickly.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything here. Any further comments? Okay, let's vote. I will go back to the usual voting method, just take objections. Motion. Okay, hearing no objections, it passes.
All right, and then Liz will present this to OPB on our behalf, and then we'll get feedback and go from there. Thank you. And thank you to the members of the budget subcommittee. They've worked very hard to put this together. A component of the budget subcommittee is the contracts and grants work group. We did meet this week, and we had some discussions around who we have grants and who we have contracts with. We are moving forward in the recommendations to keep everything as is in FY 23, but looking to make some adjustments moving forward in the next FY. The group also finalized a cover letter and a budget worksheet that we will be sending out to everybody that we appropriate funds to, so that they will be sending in a budget request ahead of time. This is different than we've had in the past. Their budget request then would go to the full budget subcommittee for consideration and review and appropriation of dollars based on what we're allocated once we get the final budget from the governor. So a little bit different process, a little more work on the part of the folks that we give money to. We want to see how much they feel they need and what they need the money for ahead of time. So it's going to go on the letterhead, commission logo, and so forth, clean it up, formatting, and that will be forthcoming with instructions on how to complete it as well.
Okay, very good. Good work. Thank you. EMS Subcommittee report. Courtney.
So our report starts on page 43 of the document. I just highlighted here a few things and got questions I'll be particularly answering. We were extraordinarily pleased to be able to pretty much end up the fiscal year spending the money allocated in that fiscal year. That's a new, that's great. That issue.
We have to pause and celebrate that.
Just like,
We do need to make.
I'm gonna do a wave because that is tremendous.
yeah.
They've done
And,
tremendous work.
and I'd point out that was done in an era of COVID, where it was extremely difficult to be able to actually teach the classes. And for quite a few months, the state was shut down, so we could not do in-person classes. So when the state finally opened back up, wait period of time, Jim said they kicked in the 4-barrel. Some of the younger people might not know what a 4-barrel is. They sped up and got it done. We ended up with 104,690 hours of EMS education last year that was funded through the Trauma Commission and the subcommittee. That's huge. That is huge. We're working to continue to work on the learning management system. We met with the procurement folks a couple of weeks ago who gave us some good advice. We had put 2 initiatives within that RFP, draft RFP, and they suggested we take out the RFP for the online EMS training, and said that doesn't require an RFP. I have amended the RFP. I'm going to get a small committee to take a look at that next week, and if things get back with procurement, if they bless it, we'll send it out and see. David has got some information on this training. But we're going to continue with the RFP and see what is available and how much money it costs us, and then the subcommittee will make some kind of recommendation from that. The ADLS system, I was extraordinarily pleased this year. We were able to, thanks to Regina and the budget committee, find extra funding for that. We were kind of behind the 8 ball on some replacing some older units, because the initial units were bought in that initial year when the Trauma Commission was given $60 million. So it was a good bit of old stuff that needed to be replaced, and we caught up well with that. I'm real impressed or real appreciative of the Arbinger training you started. If you've never had a chance to look at Arbinger training, I would really encourage you to go online and look at the Arbinger Foundation, the type of training they do. I taught one of the classes up in Habersham County some months back, and we had EMS people, we had fire people, we had law officers, and we had ER nurses in there. And the whole idea is to help teach people ways of working out their differences and looking towards a final goal. That's about it. I want to express my appreciation to Liz and to Katie and to Regina on the work that they did to help us get to where we are. But
What's very encouraging about getting all the money spent and getting all the courses completed. I know that's been, a lot of people did a lot of work on that, so I'm very appreciative.
And if you're interested, on page 45 is the classes that we have supported, and it tells you how many of those classes we did, how much it cost per course. It just gives you a breakdown of how the money was spent. So I'll answer any questions if I can.
Any other questions for Courtney? I have no further questions. Okay, thanks, Courtney. Great report. Okay, we'll move into the GCTE Subcommittee report. Is Jessie here or online?
She's in the box. Online, she's in the box.
She's in the box.
Oh, we can't hear you. Can you unmute?
How about now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Got you. Got you.
All right. Okay, thank you guys for allowing me to present an update from GCTE this morning. It's been a very robust meeting so far, so I've enjoyed it. So our group, we do plan to meet tomorrow, actually, and we were hopeful that we could be in person for this meeting, but obviously due to the rising numbers, we decided to once again go virtual. We were fortunate to have some face-to-face time with some of the committee members down at St. Simon. So again, I echo the thanks for keeping that meeting on the books, because that really meant a lot to our group. So let me go over our report. Looks like you guys have it in your packets on page 46. So I mentioned this at my last report to you guys last quarter, but we are working on setting some overall goals for our GCTE group and trying to align those with what the other groups in the state, the GQuIP group, you guys' goals and things of that nature. So I'm hopeful that tomorrow we can finalize some things. I know we're looking at one goal related to the definitive care project that Dr. Dente and Dr. Ashley and those folks are leading. And then we're also looking at potentially tagging on to some of the AKI work from the GQuIP group and setting a goal around that. So we hope to finalize something at least, if not during tomorrow's meeting, by the next meeting. Other things we're working on, we have had an opportunity to recommend some trauma registry changes to Marie and Renee at the state level. And so we did have a discussion yesterday during the registry subcommittee about some of those changes, just to eliminate some of the data points that are not being utilized as much as, we would hope, and then also just to make some of the workflows more efficient for our registrars. So there was some good discussion around that. We'll vote on those changes tomorrow during the meeting. Then as far as our injury prevention work, I have to give that group a lot of credit. They did a Georgia Stay Safe week during June and developed a whole social media campaign. I hope that some of you saw that. It was great work by Crystal and that group. They continue to work on falls prevention, but I think probably the most notable thing, and I'm hopeful that some of you saw it, if not, I can gladly share the report, but they just carried out a Stop the Bleed Blitz across the state of Georgia and offered Stop the Bleed training virtually, and actually were able to train over 1,000 people from 80 some odd counties, and about 312 schools participated during 45 different sessions. So it was a really good initiative that Crystal and that group led. And if you haven't had the opportunity to see that report, I'll gladly share it with Liz again to distribute to everybody, because Crystal did a great job of summarizing that work up in a very nice report. So that project is still going strong, and we appreciate the support from the commission for the Stop the Bleed efforts. Trauma education from the education subcommittee of GCTE. We've had 52 people for a TTRN review class, which was held virtually on August 5th and August 6th. And then we've had some joint funding for a TNCC course at Martin Army Community Hospital on August 11th and 12th. And then lastly, our pediatric subcommittee still doing a lot of work with the Pediatric Radiology Project. They are analyzing data, doing some focused education for folks who are still not necessarily following the guidelines as prescribed. And then the other initiative that group is working on is the Pediatric Shock Index, which is the Pediatric Adjusted Shock Index. And so a lot of work being done around that, and hopefully we can get a lot of statewide education out on that very soon. And that is all I have, unless anyone has any questions for me.
And we have Crystal here if she wants to. She dropped off your packet that you guys have, and I think she has some extra for anybody. You want to share anything, Crystal?
No, well, I want to thank Jesse for mentioning it, and we just want to thank Jesse for mentioning it. We had a great time. We didn't really expend very much money at all. We were using existing infrastructure, and basically we're actually trying to do it low cost so that we knew it could be emulated by pretty much anybody. So we just did a standard Zoom room, basically the lowest paid account, and we upgraded it to $50 to be able to hold over 100 participants per session. Of course, we didn't need it very often, but we did need it a couple times, and it just went great. And considering, I think it was just a big experiment, we didn't know how many people were going to participate in terms of whether it would even take off, but we want to give kudos to our Department of Education folks. Krista Lowe specifically is she's actually with CHOA too, kind of the lead school nurse person for the state. And then also Sandra Martin, who is over our healthcare science instruction that takes place statewide and the public safety instruction that takes place statewide within our schools, where they're the ones that really hit the pavement. Of course, some of y'all did too, sharing it with your partners, but every region had some sort of representation from the student aspect, and nearly every region had a panelist that was represented. Those regions that didn't, they were still hard at work because we had some pop-up in-person classes. People would call and say, hey, I'd like to be a part of the Blitz, but we're gonna have 60 people in a room. Can we just put you on a big screen? I was like, well, we're gonna have 60 people in a room. That whole Zoom benefit is kind of gone, and it's not as cool to watch television. So Mark Peters, particularly with Region 3, actually took on 2 classes. Farrah helped a couple folks over in Region 6 get their classes up. So we actually, still had a lot of collaboration happening on with actual boots on the ground, trying to help the schools meet their needs in the coming year. So what we hope to do is to take this information, be able to circle back with these schools. We trained 88 instructors during the Blitz. Circle back, give them some hands-on opportunities in a COVID-safe way, and also use what we've learned to maybe offer a follow-up event beginning of the next year, when all the schools come back at one time. Then we won't have to do 45 sessions because they won't be coming back every 3 weeks. They pretty much will be coming back in a single week period. So anyway, had a lot of fun, and honestly, I think the most fun for me was there were people that I was teaching with that I had never even met before, and getting to meet them and have their personalities and just how we all just seem to mesh very well and complement each other. I think that was just very natural. Most of the teachers would have never known that. We had never even laid eyes on each other prior to the event.
So, Crystal, this is remarkable work, and really impressed with, and the publication here, that, with all the numbers. How did you get people to, how did you get like 1,000 people to sign up or get the word out? I mean, just the fact that technology is one thing, but then getting participation is huge.
Well, persistence. And again, week after week, we kept going. I kept reminding people to continue to send it out, because week after week, people would sign up. But yeah, I'm a little bit persistent. And then again, our DOE partners sending it out, and many of you sending it out too. And our panelists sending it out, being able to say, hey, come check me out.
This is your TCAA poster right here.
Mhm.
This is a
yeah,
TCAA
you need to
poster
submit
right
it.
here.
No,
This
this
needs to be
needs to,
submitted.
this should be published on how to do it into the.
Yeah, if
There's
anybody
a lot
wants to
of
write
stuff.
the article. I'll do
Crystal, do the online people have so they haven't done the hands-on piece yet?
So honestly, it was about, I would say it's actually in here, 56% of the folks actually were new to Stop the Bleed, so about half.
Okay.
The great thing about training some instructors, where now we have people embedded in the schools, because a lot of schools are not letting visitors come in.
Right.
But we also taught them how to basically self-replicate, so that, because now ACS allows students to be associate instructors, so that they have additional manpower. And we were talking about reaching out to the school nurse, their SROs, their athletic trainers, other people within the school that already are credentialed, and eligible to be Stop the Bleed instructors. So we, after each session, we offered an instructor orientation if there were people that would like to be a part of it. So in the course of the 45 sessions, we had 30 sessions in which people took advantage of the instructor orientation. So we would walk them through that whole process, and also made sure that they knew who their regional folks were. So we updated the regional champion list, made sure they knew that. Also updated our instructor list by county, so that they knew who the instructors were that were willing to do in-person checkoffs after a virtual event within the county.
So is that part, oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, that was kind of part of our original plan, way back when. was to
Yeah,
try
we
and
just dusted off the old plan.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I
really,
love
it's just, that's pretty much what we did. And, reached out to these regional champions and said, hey, you may or may not ever hear from these people, but when you do, we just need you to be their Sherpa, just be their mentors. Most of these people are high-level functioning instructors anyway. This is just be their Sherpa, be their assistant. Liz has spent quite a lot trying to resource the regions again, so there'll be equipment to share and check out. And then also we had a lot of instructors, school nurses say that they were able to use CARES Act funds to purchase training equipment and additional kits too for their schools.
Yeah, I think what Crystal and I talked about, what we probably need to do is look at what's in storage in Forest Park, and Metro Atlanta has been so kind, Metro Atlanta Ambulance Service has been so kind to allow us their storage, and maybe think about how could we deploy those kids, because we don't want kids sitting in a store, you know, I just envision like a Fox 5 story that somebody was bleeding to death and kids were sitting in a
Collecting
warehouse,
dust in
yeah.
a warehouse.
So, because we can always, through amended funds, purchase additional kits, but because, you know, schools have barriers to getting this training as well as the school buses, you know, hopefully Crystal and I talked about potentially working on a proposal between now and November for you to vote on to say, let's get those kids out there, you know. I think this is great. We're going national for this, okay? I'll help you.
I appreciate it. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I called you and said, hey, our region's been talking about it. It makes no sense when you do virtual to stick to your region. The boundaries go away. And so we had talked about it in the region. We'd actually, a couple of us have piloted a couple of virtual courses. Some people from Puerto Rico. I got one next week, somebody from Brazil was signing for, you know, and so we had piloted a couple. We felt like I could do it. And it just really got better. I mean, when 45 sessions is a lot of times, a lot of sessions before your craft. And I cannot think enough, you know, Jesse had Jackie in the room. I mean, everybody that participated just were so helpful. I did lose my voice. Bernie had to teach a whole session for me because I lost my voice. You know, we had power outages from storms, and that was a great thing too, that it didn't matter where our panelists were. We made sure there was a Zoom savvy one in the room so that if somebody needed to pick up the football or run with it, then they did without any problem, and the show went on. So it's very nice, low cost way to do it. We'll be able to do it again.
I think everybody enjoyed participating. It was truly a widespread collaborative of many people, which was kind of cool.
Well, we've been Zooming together for a while, but it was actually Renee from your state. We're actually sitting to each other because we're turning off our cameras for the first, you know, turning on our cameras for the first time and being interactive. So I just enjoy literally meeting and working with some of these folks, and all of our personalities are so fun.
So is now, are they supposed to call like a list of instructors to go do their like checkoff or something? Is
So
that
we
how-
have a list. What we told them was that we didn't want to develop a plan because we had no idea who was coming. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at geographically where it is and see if we have embedded instructors that we train, that we can connect, and we can just support those embedded instructors in those areas that are, you know, have some gaps, then we can just fill the gaps rather than, we don't have to be the torch bearers all the time. And, you know, I was telling Liz the other day at a school asking me to do an event, like literally next week. Well, I told her, you know, we're trying to do more virtual, but you have two instructors in your county, here they are, you may want to just reach out to them and see what they'll do. So that's also very nice to have that county list, and we do even have someone that can teach with American Sign Language and Spanish, if that's anything.
It's just interesting to hear how, sorry, I'm gonna interject, but you know, this goes back to like the whole original Stop the Bleed, just like wave and the excitement of it, and I can kind of feel it again. And it's just interesting what a couple of years does for technology, right? Because we were looking at all this like online platform stuff because we didn't have Zoom, right? And we didn't have a way to get instructors out all across the state, all over the place, all the time. But now with like the power of Zoom, it really solves that sort of online training piece with the actual instructor rather than having to do, you know, any kind of reporting or whatever. And then we just figure out that the hands-on piece, which you're already going back to that.
Well,
original.
and the ACS literally asked us to stop for that period of time.
Yeah,
They were-
I know.
They were afraid, so they asked us to stop, so stop, but we came to an end, for, you know, literally for
Yeah.
a while. But it's also very nice that we're using all the programs that we're doing, because I learned to Zoom through Regina's person, Renee, over there in Augusta when we were doing Safe at Home. That's where I really learned to do a Zoom class, and just learn from that. So we're learning from each other, learn how to make it really easy, because next month we have the program starting for the 65 and older, so you gotta make it really, really, you know, easy and accessible, down to having subtitles for those that are hearing impaired.
Well, great work, Crystal. Keep us informed. Okay. Jesse, anything else to add to that report?
I don't think so. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into the level 3, level 4 Rural Trauma Center Work Group. Dr. Patterson, Dr. Register, and maybe Kelly Vaughn, is that right, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Dr. Patterson. And I want to thank my co-chair, Dr. Register. She's actually stuck in her clinic right now, so I do want to give a shout out to her. So I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, being allowed to present our current work. This may be some re-information for some people that actually were at last week's state visit or state meeting. But a couple of things you can tell that we're working on. We're trying to use the momentum we started with early on and continue to work. First thing we've looked at has been transfer-related issues and drill that down into 4 major areas. One of those being low-hanging fruit, which was the contact numbers for transfer centers that we felt was a problem, especially with the level 4s getting in touch with people. So we developed a research tool or a resource tool that is completed. It lists all the trauma centers in Georgia for these other centers, including contact information, transfer center numbers, websites, and other information that would probably be handy to them. This has been completed. We're in the process of laminating that and handing these out and distributing these to centers and hanging up in their ERs and some of their trauma resource areas so they can get in touch with people easily. And we're continuing to work on the other goals in those areas. One of the other big things we worked on is cost of care, which has been something I know that's important to the Trauma Commission, but also the legislature. Based on the similar study that was done back in the level 1 and level 2 trauma centers several years ago, and being involved as a level 2 at that time, we took this survey tool and specified it more for the level 3 and level 4s based off the resource manual from the American College of Surgeons. And we have completed the development of this. We're getting ready to roll this out in a webinar, hopefully within the next 4 weeks, to the trauma centers to discuss this. We actually presented this to them in the subcommittee meeting at last week's state meeting. And we've engaged Warren Everett to summarize the results, and hopefully we'll be able to complete this and put together the initial results by January of this year for the legislature and for the commission's evaluation. Some PI projects specific to level 3s and level 4s, which is based off their TQIP reports to those major areas being hip fracture care and geriatric care we're working on, but those so far have been tabled. One of the things that goes back into the transfer issues back in number one project has been access to specialty care, and we've actually also incorporated in the resource tool the centers in Georgia that offer ECMO, reimplantation, neurointervention, to give them some more resources so hopefully they can be able to transfer those needs to those centers. And we'll further involvement later on. The consultative process as far as level 3s, and I apologize for the typo there on mine. It's there's 4 instead of level 3 and A. Under A, that should be the Roman numeral 3, but we all the level 3 centers were to at least to schedule a consultative visit for the contract so far for last year, or the contract, I'm sorry, for this fiscal year. And that has been done. Those are still ongoing and will be over the next 18 months. For the level 4, since there's not an ACS process, we actually engaged and talked with both the Pennsylvania Trauma State Foundation and the Texas Trauma Foundation. And since they actually have in place processes themselves for level 4 verification, we've gotten quotes from them to actually come over and do the level 4 site visits here in Georgia. We would anticipate the 2 quotes that we did get on that would need ultimately to go in front of the commission to consider for possible consideration for budget funding for fiscal year 2022 in next year's budget. Liz, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just before, and you might not, I know that you just joined Dr. Patterson, but it did pass. So the less expensive of the 2 quotes, the budget subcommittee moved forward with. So you're approved.
Well, I fall on the mercy of the commission at this point. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry for reiterating that again. I am slogging away in clinic right now and have been very busy. The other issue of IRBs for rural centers, we are tabling right now. We're working on some processes there. And then our web-based registry and contracted service, I have to commend Liz and Gina for contacting 3 different contract entities. And we actually talked with the centers at the subcommittee meeting last week in St. Simons. Currently, all the centers are up to date with their data. So we hope that stays that way, but we know how things can happen, especially in the smaller centers where people wear multiple hats. So we're seeing how this will go kind of prospectively. And if we need to do anything further with this, we would probably have to allow for them to ask for additional funds through a contract basis and ultimately bring this back to the commission at that time. And then grants, 2 major areas, both capital equipment and rural education. Of course, we still have the rural health initiative on the table. We're working on the process of trying to put together an educational process that's ongoing that can be done possibly on a periodic basis, maybe every year to 2 years, for the rural centers who don't have the ability or have the staff that can attend ATLS, that can keep up with something like ATLS, but something simpler. And we're working on that right now to hopefully get that rolled out and developed within the next 6 to 12 months. So the only other thing was just the consideration for the funding for the level 4 site visits. And I appreciate the commission handling that, but that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Dr. Patterson, that is maybe it is the most robust, complete, comprehensive rural committee report, level 3, level 4 that we've had. So it looks like you all got a tremendous amount accomplished with your meeting there in your work group. So all I have to say is we're proud of you, and this is exactly what we wanted. And we're so glad that our level 3s and level 4s are represented and a major part of the system. So great work.
Thank you, sir. And again, this is not me, but it's my help, Kelly Vaughn here, but also my partner, Dr. Register up in Cordele. So I really appreciate the whole committee's help, and they've been very, very good.
Well, very good. Yes, so we have a comment. Open it up to comments. Now we have a comment from Renee Morgan.
Come on up to that.
Come on up so you can be seen on the owl
Come on up to the owl.
and heard. Renee's making her way to the owl, Dr. Patterson.
I just have a comment about I understand looking harder at the level 4s, but the word keeps being used, the designation process, and that is a regulatory process of our office. So, I understand about the criteria and all that, but the designation of the level 4s is still a regulatory, well, all levels for that matter.
I think it says consult in
It's basically listed as consult. We're not talking about designating anybody as a 4. We're actually really just talking about trying to make sure that they, if you know the rules of the game, I think you have to understand if you're playing by those rules. And I think they need to just see from a consultative visit, you can learn a lot of things. You can also use that consultative visit that I have in the past to facilitate your hospital in getting you things such as capital equipment, but also educational needs. If it comes from an outside source, sometimes the hospital is much more reasonable to allow to spend those money. So that's one of the reasons we did want to have a consultative visit for those level 4s.
I think you're right, Renee. We just want to make sure we get the nomenclature right. It's consultative versus.
Well,
So thanks for pointing that out.
And as it is right now, we're very involved with the consults and all that go on with the college in the same regard. So we would just make sure, and I have talked to Dr. Patterson and just make sure that, we're partners in that and that we're not excluded from those so that we can use that also to benefit the center. But I just want to make sure that language is clear because the regulatory process remains with our office.
It is.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, Dr. Patterson, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Patterson. Great report. Okay, we'll move into the Trauma Administrator Subcommittee. Dr. Michelle Wallace.
Hey, good afternoon, or actually still good morning. We had our first Trauma Administrator Subcommittee meeting last Friday morning at 7:15, and it went very, very well. As you said earlier, we had almost every center. I think there was only a couple that we actually did not have somebody on the WebEx participating, and so discussed our purpose. There was a lot of overviews with that Liz gave and Gina gave and Dr. Ashley spoke. And so our real big next steps that we have is one, developing the charter and purpose. So I have already put some goals and objectives, but if once we get co-chairs, we'll be meeting in October to clearly define what that is. That we completed the letter to the CEOs, the meeting cadence. So we are going to plan on aligning that with our GTC meetings. And we'll have our first co-chair meeting, as I said, in October. And then I think we still have to understand what executive leader orientation, what that gap is and what those leaders need. My thoughts and possibility is that although we had very high level administrators on the call, I'm not sure that we will consistently have all of them on the, and where they have a delegate that will attend for that. So I think once we understand that, and maybe at the next meeting, we'll understand a little bit more to fill those gaps and what they need. Some are very savvy, some are new to trauma, and we want to make sure that we've addressed that. So we were planning on having our next meeting November 18th in alignment with our meeting. I think what my request is understanding when we have the quality access finance as it aligns with our strategic plan. I'm pretty good at the quality and access, but I also, Mr. Chair, want to work with you to understand what you want to focus on from the finance perspective. I know that that's been a big gap with the trauma administrators group and making sure that we've aligned with what you need. The fourth thing is part of this group, the discussion will be around their trauma centers and what their role and their needs are, so that it's not just what are we asking for them, but also what can we as a system do in support of those trauma centers. So that was the meeting, and that's the update. Does anybody have any questions?
Great report, Michelle. Any questions? Comments?
Michelle, I think for the spring meeting, if we want to make that twice a year in person, I have already spoken with TCAA because the trauma medical directors course was yesterday. They're willing to do a workshop on the reimbursement piece for both. They've redone the finance course, but I don't think you'll get that group to sit in an all-day 6-hour course. So they're willing to shorten it to a 2-hour workshop, and we could work on the ICU accommodation code as well as activation charges. That way, that's a message to the legislators to say the commission remains the payer of last resort. We're optimizing reimbursement possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's great if we can get that on board either for the spring of this year coming up or next summer. That's a fantastic idea.
We're in there too.
And I,
Statewide,
exactly.
statewide.
That's it. I think too, Michelle, for your comment about what we would like from the finance piece. I think that's exactly one. Actually, my CEO met with me for an hour, gave me an hour of his time yesterday, based on the meeting that you had. And he took notes. He asked me a lot of questions. He's incredibly engaged. And then he has assigned this to our chief medical officer as the lead, and which is actually the person that I answer to on my executive org chart when ACS comes. That's nice that she will be on the team. And then he is educated enough now with finance. He has a lot of great questions, and it gave me a chance to go through those questions and the history. So now, as a partner, he is willing to work with GHA, and he's on various boards and where he sees his role as he monitors what's going on. So I think that's a great accomplishment, at least from where I'm setting for what I wanted from our trauma center. And so if all trauma centers could do that to where the CEO is tied in and understands, I think understanding the financial piece, and that they really need to understand trauma. They need to pay attention to trauma. And then when we have initiatives at the Capitol, and some point it'll come up again for some type of statewide funding mechanism, which is the future, but it's going to have to come up again. They will have to be engaged and have to understand. So I think financial education, I like this, the first I've heard about, or at least I remember about the TCAA education. That sounds great, as they have a lot of good resources. So I think from your standpoint, Michelle, is getting the executives to the point like you, to where they really understand the financial piece and how important it is to their institution as well as to patient care, would be a big success and a big win.
That's great. Thank you. Absolutely. And I took notes.
Your
Okay.
CEO has already emailed me,
Huh?
7 a.m. Del Vecchio
Has he?
has already.
He's on it. I tell you, he's fired up.
He thought it was so meaningful, Michelle, that Dr. Ashley, CEO, already emailed me at 7 a.m. post his meeting and said that he found a lot of meaning in the materials that were presented and the goals and opportunities. And he sees this as a huge opportunity, and that the administrators are going to be vital to the success moving forward. We picked off a lot of low hanging fruit. We need that extra push.
Okay, well, great job, Michelle. If you just want to bend my ear, you have any needs, just let us know. We really want you to succeed. And I know it's not easy doing what you're having to do to pull everybody together, but it'll be a huge win for the state if you can accomplish the goals of that committee.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else, Michelle?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, is Jim going to give a report on the trauma system?
No,
Is
Gina
Gina?
will be Jim today.
I'm standing in.
Okay, stand in for Dr.
Yes,
Dunn.
no
who is
problem. I'll make this brief.
on sleep right now.
The report for the data and systems metrics work groups on page 51. So I'll just hit some of the highlights. We're doing a lot of great work trying to get to that time to definitive care that Dr. Ashley wants, and we're kind of putting them in two buckets. We're looking at the EMS to the final destination, and then those patients that have to transfer between facilities. How long does that take? So we're looking at both of those buckets. From the EMS scene time, we talked about what should be the target scene time for trauma patients. That's kind of all over the place. We had some good discussions on that, but we really want to find a threshold and then begin to review patients that fall outside that threshold for opportunities.
for the interfacility transfers, we built a PI tool that the sending facilities can utilize to kind of see where opportunities were. If it took more than 2 hours for a patient with an ISS greater than 16 to get out to the receiving facility, what were those barriers? Because that's not always in the registry. It may take some digging in the chart and know what was going on during that time. Could they not fly because of the weather? Did it take a while to get an ambulance to transfer that patient to the facility? Did it take a while for the accepting facility to give that acceptance? So we're going to have to dig into that to find those answers. That's not going to be in the data. So we've piloted that tool in 2 centers.
Can I just make a comment on that before I forget? This is great work. I mean, I'm really impressed the way y'all got it laid out, but that is an important, it just dawned on me, that's an important piece. And let me tell you why I think that. You know, Josie, our PI coordinator, and I, we have to review, we actually transfer people out, believe it or not, at the level 1. I mean, we may transfer to CHOA.
We got one last night.
Yes, wrong diversion. Sad to admit, but thanks for helping us out.
No problem.
But there are certain things that we have to transfer to Atlanta. Usually kids with some type of problem with orthopedic coverage or maybe a complex injury or something, we don't have a specialist. As we, and I think somebody has us looking at the 2-hour mark, you know, if there's anybody stuck in the hospital ER over 2 hours. And so as we go through that and we review each one, that was a tremendous exercise that then I started realizing what the problems were. And it comes down to EMS, even at our shop, we don't have an ambulance to get them up there because they're out doing runs, even in Macon. So that's one. And then we sort of developed a triage, like, you know, if it's somebody that has a low-grade injury that just needs to get up there, could even go tomorrow, that gets triaged to a lower versus somebody that's got a subdural hematoma or something huge or bad that for whatever reason we can. So that exercise was very helpful. And I think as you all do that, you will find things that you will tweak your system. We tweaked our system. And then the other thing was we found that I totally lost my point. totally lost where I was going with that. We found a very incredibly important point, and I just can't remember what it is. So let's see, what did we find? It'll come to me.
You are having your senior moment.
Yeah, but it might be on your drive home, you know.
It might be at 2 this morning.
It wakes you up.
What was that? Triage, reviewing charts.
Trigger.
Association.
All the issues they could play.
Will Josie think of her hyper in your office going?
But you're
Well,
right.
it'll come back to
But
me later.
until
Anyway,
you
the
drill
exercise is very
down in
important.
those, do you start to have the ability to pull those reasons and commonalities out where you can begin to change maybe your processes?
Oh, I know what it was. So it was, we learned that when we were requesting these ambulances from our transfer center, which is a whole nother world. I didn't know this subculture existed. That may not be a medical center ambulance. It may be a bunch of other ambulance companies. They've got a whole list that they just start going through the list to call. I had no idea. I thought you just medical center, send an ambulance. It's not that simple. And so then it even gets down to like, this guy is in trouble. We need to get him out of here. Well, we weren't using the right word. For them to bump the system on that, it has to be staff. We just said, they're bad, they need to go. Well, the trauma surgeons and the team didn't know the appropriate buzzwords.
Yeah.
And so then we had to be educated on, if we really want them out within 30 minutes, what's the appropriate buzzword? So now we've got the right buzzword. So this was a total overhaul of our transfer center terminology, looking at the ambulance services and using the right word that we had no idea was going on. So.
And that's not just trauma, it's stroke, it's
Really?
cardiac, it's all of our systems here have that.
So as you drill down, it's amazing what you find, and it affected our system. So I think that's important.
The other point that we have, and my office, my EMS office is directly behind the emergency department. We have the mindset that since the patient will take the last ambulance out of the county, you've got a lot of county governments or a lot of EMSs So now we're gonna keep the last one in the run calls, but yeah, I won't get into that because that's to me a bad mindset. But the other piece we have found is if you call an ambulance from outside, there's no way for you to peek inside to see the quality of people. Or the quality of equipment in there. We've had some we sent out on ventilators that we brought back because depending on which medic you ask, he ran out of oxygen or a ventilator. And I mean, this was 10 miles above Swainsboro. So that sort of thing we're trying to in-house, trying to figure out how we can contract these people to make sure that the folks in the back of their truck meet the criteria. Because technically, if you send them out, they're your patient until they get somewhere. That's the way the Utah laws, the federal law. So there's a lot of nuances to it. We're hoping part of Smart Falls project to get a handle on how many rural EMSs look at that concept that we're gonna keep ambulances in the county. While somebody's bleeding death in the ER, and it just.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, sorry to get you sidetracked, but I think it's important work.
But yeah, but that's the whole gist is every center is supposed to review their transfers in and out, but how robust is that necessarily? So we want to encourage the 3s and 4s to maybe utilize this tool if they have those outliers to find that information, like you were saying. And then we worked on the FY22 data pool with the Office of EMS and Commons and Danlin and have been continuing. We just got our first one hot off the press.
Yeah, just to prove this.
So, and actually, we're regularly meeting, myself and Marie and Renee, we'll meet next week. And we'll take this data, this report, and drill down into the data for those outliers and try to figure out exactly, where we can find opportunities to shorten that time frame to get patients out. Right now, it's looking between hospital A and hospital B, we're talking about 5 hours for an injury severity score greater than 16. So where can we move that particular needle? And we've got to work on some of the missing data points that within the registry system, so we can pull, good complete data for that. So.
That's great. That's a lot of good work.
And Marie and Danlin.
That is exciting. That's 5 hours for ISIS for 16. That's amazing.
Marie and Danlin have been great about we say, oh, well, now we want to look at it this way. Like we're constantly, yeah, they're very patient. And Danlin knows the system so well. So she can talk us through like what we want to see, what's the best way for her to pull it. Because she can also do like statistical.
That's good. That's awesome. Okay. All right, we'll move into the trauma system partner reports. First up, Dr. John Harvey from MAG.
And the puppy.
And the puppy. Welcome, John. Tell us who you got with you today.
This is Chip.
Pet therapy.
Oh, that's still Chip. I remember Chip.
Chip's grown. We've seen, that's right, we've watched Chip grow up.
Yep, totally. So Dr. Ashley and Liz, Director Liz Adkins, thank you for having us here today. I'm proud actually to give our report on the MAG MRC. Just as we've had some budget discussions and grant discussion on the MRC. So in the past year, we've had substantial results from our MRC, and COVID-19, while it's affected all of us, certainly affected the MRC in an activation type setting. Early on, I'm not going exactly by the report we submitted, but my neuron wears thin, so let me try to keep it organized and short. We got a call early on from DPH and the Department of Defense to respond to the manpower shortage in the hospital and medical surge that they expected early with COVID. We mobilized our teams, actually expanded the force at that time, and had a number of physicians, nurses, and other medical personnel that responded both to hospitals, to the nursing home decontamination units, the food banks that we provided medical support to,
the initial testing sites. And that encompassed, rather than the usual 3 days, about 60 days was the mission length. We had deployment of over 75 people throughout all areas in the state from our MRC to provide support. This was ultimately recognized all the way up through the levels of state government and through the Department of Defense, Department of Public Health, and the Governor's Office. For which I wore my uniform today so I can display the award that a number of people got a special commendation award from the state for their performance with the initial COVID response. The translated economic benefit to the state was $1,022,000. We then deactivated because the hospitals had caught up. It was no longer a surge problem. That was about the time they closed the special facility at the World Congress Center. And so things looked better for a little while until the fall, when we were again requested through GEMA to participate with the vaccination program. We deployed over 50 doctors to that, having a physician on site at the GEMA Delta site and assisting them with delivering over 300,000 vaccinations. Doctors didn't give the shot, but we had a doctor on site each day to provide counseling, be available to discuss specific risks that patients might have before they got the shot, and to be available for adverse reactions or problems. The economic, again, benefit to that was in the realm of $183,000. So we felt like the return on investment from our grant has been at least pretty reasonable in this past year. In addition, once we got to the point where we could demask, I'm not quite sure what position we're in today, but we were able to reconvene and start some trainings which were suspended because we didn't have large training events during the high activity of COVID. We had a training event for many of our members, some of the new members that had joined the MRC, because they now understood what we provided as well as medical support. So we had a training that was in the center of the state, Warner Robins, and this was a joint training, a medical drill, not a true exercise, although we invited a number of agencies and were told you couldn't do an exercise that quickly. And we said, okay, we still had our drill. We had members of the military, the 116th Medical Deployment Unit from our state. We had members of the MRC. We had students from Georgia Technical College in Warner Robins and from Trinity Medical School that all participated in that training. The effective economic benefit that we calculated to that training was probably in the realm of $70,000 for the over 250 people that attended the training. And it was at a cost of $7,500 from our training budget. So that was our first training that we've been able to do in a year or so because of the constraints. We've had some smaller trainings that were significantly social distance just for our MRC. But that's how we have, in fact, utilized the funds that I discussed with Liz when we submitted our most recent request and our justification. So we wanted to provide that today and answer any questions that you might have. We have had quite a bit of interest now and actually some experience. We chuckle about Chip, but he's one of 4 of our canines. And we have, as I said, 4 deployable colleagues of his with our training exercise that worked with the, whatever you call them, wounded well, green, the minor injuries to keep people calm and orderly during a disaster response or a shelter response. We've utilized them in both of those areas in the past. We have an aviation team that actually set up a very professional LZ. And again, it was not at the airport, it was at the technical college, and they landed more aircraft that day than most little airports have in that area. They had 10 helicopter operations before the day was over. We have expanded into a drone assessment team that we utilize for both security and scene assessment. And we have people that are working actually with the FAA to kind of develop the guidelines of future operations to make sure that they're safe and don't infringe on other FAA restrictions or problems. So we're fairly proud of that we're working in that capacity. So in that, we now have a shelter team specific to providing shelter care, and we have the acute disaster response team. And we provided you pictures. We have some links. We had a video. We have some links that you can look at home about the training exercise and about some of our recent operations.
I'm scrolling through it now so folks can see it online.
Okay. So
And it's in your pack.
at that point, probably best us and answer questions that anybody might have.
Well, John, it sounds like a robust year. I know you've been busy out and about. Certainly COVID has made that unfortunate, given you several opportunities to do that. But we appreciate your service and appreciate, make sure your team, I know it's not just you, you're leading the way, but there's a lot of other folks, and we appreciate them too.
Yes, and I think they've become very involved in seeing how their volunteer effort benefits the state. So while we don't wish for any disasters, we're very proud of the response, as well as the people that responded, so that, hey, I'll do this again. So
Let me ask you a technical question.
yes,
Do you think from going through this process with COVID, which is obviously infectious disease, that your troops, for lack of a better term, have learned to be more agile, and it's almost like a real training exercise for, say, mass casualty event from some type traumatic event? Do you think this training will translate into that? Do you feel like you're in a better place today from a training standpoint than you were, say, 2 years ago?
very much so. The leadership team, again with COVID, actually had to meet with our fancy electronic platform. But we met at least once, if not twice a day for the 60 days of the operation. And we deployed teams from all the way up to as far north as Gainesville and coming to as far south as Thomasville, Macon, over to the East Coast. So we had teams all over the state that we were checking on, monitoring and making sure that they deployed and got home safely during the original part of COVID. It certainly has. In the second part, we had with just the GEMA activation, we would put out a roster each week and it would be filled. We had 4-hour shifts, and I think we had one afternoon in the entire 6 weeks that we couldn't fill with a physician. But other than that, people fulfilled the requirement to sign up and show up to perform their duties. So we felt like it translated into a true understanding of how mission dynamics goes.
Very good. Any other questions for Dr. Harvey?
Side question, do MRCs, not just you, but all MRCs, did you guys qualify for any of the CARES dollars?
No, not to my knowledge. We certainly didn't get it.
If you qualified for that, some you didn't get it. Well,
But since it's already under an authorized branch of ASPR or HHS, I would
Right.
doubt that they're going to shift over dollars from one segment to another.
I saw a couple of pieces about it coming just through that ASPR to MRCs, and I thought, I don't think that it's trickling to the MRCs, so I wanted to ask you that when I knew you guys were coming today.
Yep.
Because I thought the article was a little bit misleading, that it was getting into the local hands, and I didn't think that that was the case, so thank you for
The
confirming.
one thing we
That was
did,
not the case.
we did accomplish through Fred and through Lakiva at DPH, which is our contact through the MRC network, was that we offered the benefits of the training to other MRCs if they wish to come to training. Okey-doke.
All right.
Note that part of our equipment pack includes crystal tourniquets, as well as, flashlights and utility tools of a sharp edge nature that we have for all of our people to respond to disasters.
So when you pitch yourself.
Pardon me? I use that in the course to say the first thing we have to do before we stop the bleed is to start the bleed, and I request a volunteer. Anyway, we're continuing to use the funds for equipping these new volunteers, getting them all uniformed, and getting everybody ready for the next major problem that we hope we don't have.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Harvey.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the Georgia Trauma Foundation, Lori.
Are they now Crystal's Tourniquets? Is that the new name for them?
CTs. Better.
Trademark.
Fair enough, fair enough.
KT.
I wasn't ready to say good afternoon, but we're still morning. We're rocking and rolling this morning. So good morning. Thank you for the time. I'm not going to spend my time going over a report because there's not too much to update except for our strategic planning, which is part of my presentation today. But I do want to talk about the annual meetings just for a moment while we're here at the commission meeting. We did have a great turnout for Day of Trauma last week. Thank you for everyone involved in the planning and execution of that meeting. We had over 100 people in person, and Gina, what was the 80 something online virtually. So collectively, our biggest attendance at Day of Trauma yet, and I think while we had some hiccups with the virtual, overall, I think it went okay, and all the presentations were made available afterwards if there were any connection problems. And I really do think it's the way of the future, and it definitely gives the opportunity for people that aren't able to attend in person to still get that information. So we
So
will
how many did
continue
you
to-
say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before
No.
I forget, how many did you say we had online too? I missed that somewhere. along.
80 something.
So in addition to what was in the room, we had 80 online?
Yeah,
Wow, that was big.
yeah.
Wow, okay.
And a lot of people attended online that maybe wouldn't normally attend that meeting, but because there was the opportunity, they were able to do it. And we were even talking, normally, and as you all know, by the resident paper competition, people fizzle out, but we still had close to 30 online for the resident paper competition. So,
Well, that's maybe something, I'm just thinking out loud
Yeah.
here. We have mandates for certain people from trauma centers to be there in person,
Yeah.
for their pay for performance. But then with the online piece, I always feel bad because everybody can't go, like there's people like my registrars and
Right.
that can't go, that we could open this up to the whole trauma team at every center to be a part of the day.
I mean, there's opportunity. I mean, I think for that meeting, was maybe side-eyed you a little bit, but there, for the quality meeting, we really want to get closer to that MT Quip format model. Thank you. And so that may become more of a closed meeting to those collaborative centers so that you can actually start, really drilling down and looking at cases. But I think it still gives the opportunity for the registrars in those centers to participate where they would. So, and again, and now, just to move on from that, we are looking at moving our spring meeting to more of a winter meeting and moving locations. Gina and I have researched places all over the state to potentially move to. And unfortunately, outside of Atlanta, which we don't want to have a meeting in Atlanta for calls and people just stay at work, but there's not a lot of options in Georgia. But we found a really great place in Adairsville, Georgia. It's called the Barnsley Resort. So it's like 45 minutes of Atlanta, still about the same distance that Chateau Alline was or is from Atlanta, just a little bit north or northwest, that's the northeast. But So yeah, so we are considering moving locations. We have enjoyed Chateau Lawn, but they, during COVID, also completely changed staff turnover. And there's not really relationships there that there was previously, which is what really kept us. So, and we've been thinking about moving for a while, so this kind of nudged us to look. And so we really like the idea of moving to Barnsley. So one of the things that I want to talk to you guys about is that it would change the date format. They do corporate events Monday through Thursday, and then they do weddings Friday through Sunday. So we would be looking at a Monday through Wednesday format rather than the Wednesday through Friday is what we were doing for the spring meetings. So, and looking to bump it back a little bit more to winter, so we have a winter and summer rather than a spring and summer. So we're looking at February 28th through March 2nd, and looking to get that contract signed within the week or so. But we've kind of mapped out what we would like that meeting to look like moving forward. We really kind of want to pull away from doing the symposium style piece to that meeting and let the regions focus on symposium and maybe make that meeting a trauma system working meeting. So we've laid out a little bit of a draft of the schedule of that, but what that would really put the commission meeting, it would put the commission meeting on Wednesday, March 2nd. So I know that's something that you guys would need to approve before, we set that in stone, since that's not your typical Thursday. So just wanted to open that up for a little bit of discussion and your thoughts on that before we move forward. I want to give you guys the opportunity.
Since Jim said that he prefers to keep the meetings together, GSACS has 2 more years in St. Simon's, second week in November, so we just have to shift up. We could be on the Thursday. We just need to let her know about that. Right? Because by November, you're gonna have to vote for your entire calendar year worth of meetings. But Lori's got to sign the contract for this, for Barnsley. So that would mean that it would be a Wednesday, March 2nd meeting. We could have space for all the subcommittees to meet in person. We could make the winter meeting kind of like our collaborative, sort of everybody who has to do with trauma in the same room.
And where people start to present like the research projects and the injury prevention programs, the things that have been funded, like that would be what our presentations are rather than bringing national speakers in, but really trying to get the work done during the in-person meetings, because who knows how long the groups are going to be meeting
So
virtually.
it's like a national COT meeting, work meeting in March,
Yeah.
where it's all ATLS is written, ASSET is written, all the stop the bleeds done. What it sounds
Exactly.
like you're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's where all the work, it's a working meeting. You go there for that meeting to work.
And from our perspective, from the foundation's perspective of bringing in vendors, they don't necessarily care what the content is. They just want to know that, people are going to be there. And I think with commission P4P, it really helps, reassure vendors that people are actually going to be there. So I think it's a win-win for all of us. And I have looked at Western Trauma, Southeastern Surgical, STN, the conferences that would normally be in the winter and spring, and none of them conflict with the dates.
And just make sure, I don't think it does, but the COT meeting,
Yeah,
the March meeting, COT, seems like
that
it's,
is the 7th through the 13th.
okay.
So that would be
wouldn't-
the following
Wouldn't
week.
conflict with that. That's good.
We've looked at everything because.
We have.
Yeah,
That's good.
and you
Okay.
just never know what's gonna happen. We may be in COVID variant number. But, we just have to. Figure out.
Well, and people were, people were so happy to meet in person last week. We had a very casual reception the night before, and it was so well received. And I just think, people want to get back to work and getting to know each other. I mean, we had a lot of turnover in our system over the past 2 years, and there were a lot of new faces, and really being able to continue. We're just trying to move forward and at least keep everything on the calendar as much as possible.
I think that's good.
Any opposition, I guess, at this point, to moving locations or to those dates, or for you guys having a meeting on Wednesday? All right, well, then we will move forward with getting that contract in place. So, and so much more on that by the November meeting of what that actually will look like. And, you know, there will be times we can work in times with the commission subcommittees to meet as well. So more to come on that, but yeah, we just do need to get that contract signed. So that's all we're doing today. Okay, and then for the meat of my discussion today, I do want to thank Dr. Bleacher so very much. He stepped into this role as the chair of our organization and has really led us into what is our, you know, the new Georgia Trauma Foundation. And we have really put a lot of work into repositioning the organization to support the needs of the trauma system. So thank you, Dr. Bleacher, and thank you to our board and Dr. Ashley, who's played a part in bringing Cheryl on. It's really been this group effort to move the foundation into this new era. And so I just want to preface this is that we've taken this time to really look at our mission, our vision, our strategic focus, and really figure out the needs of the Georgia Trauma Foundation and the Georgia Trauma System. And since our inception, we have really been under the programmatic model of injury prevention, education, and research, which is not to say that those are not our top programming efforts, but it really boxed us into what we were able to do and the changing needs of the trauma system. So we expanded our mission. I'm just going to walk through the slides that are in your book here. Liz, if you want to move
I'm
them
already
online.
moving them.
So we updated our mission to collaborate with healthcare professionals and other key partners to improve the delivery of trauma care services throughout the state of Georgia. And again, that really just broadens our message to be able to do whatever that the system needs during that time. Our vision is really to become a model trauma foundation. I know other trauma foundations were mentioned earlier in the rural health report. And there are a few other trauma foundations in the country, but we all do very different things. We really want to be a model for one that supports the system that's not necessarily doing the designation and oversight that some of the other trauma foundations. And really be the knowledge base for the trauma community, create community-focused education, and really building the awareness around trauma. We did an updated SWOT analysis of the organization that you can find there. But then really the big thing is our new foundational model. And it's really all about our three focus areas of does it create impact, awareness, and sustainability, whether it's for the foundation or a collaborative effort. And that's how you really will see as I walk through this, that the model allows us to accomplish our mandate by law, increase our impact around the state, and create awareness around trauma care. Our first strategic focus under the foundation model, and when I talk about the foundation model, I'm talking about specifically about the Georgia Trauma Foundation and things that we do. So we're looking at our impact, accelerating our program impact by evaluating the breadth and depth of our current programming. And then our second strategic focus is around awareness, which is really just strengthening the visibility and community education and outreach of the foundation. Our second or our third strategic focus under the foundation tier is probably our where all the work is being done immediately is around sustainability, ensuring our sound governance, really building our board. You know that we've all been a small but mighty board for a long time, but it's really time for us to expand our board, and we have a very aggressive plan to do that moving forward. and really an emphasis on financial sustainability, which is part of why we have acquired Cheryl as our director of philanthropy, so that we can really begin to do what we were intended to do by law, which is raise money for the improvement of the trauma system in Georgia. And then when we talk about the collaborative tier, this is really what we envision to be a plug and play strategic focus, right? So when we talk about collaborative initiatives, whether it be an injury prevention program or research grant, whatever the need may be during that time, that we have a process in place to identify our role in that collaborative initiative. So again, looking at impact and expanding the foundation by partnering with the trauma community. Looking at awareness, really trying to fast track that campaign to inform and educate Georgians. And, you know, again, sustainability to bolster support towards sustainability of programs, projects, and partnership efforts, whatever we need to do to help make sure that those collaborative efforts are sustainable in whatever area. So that's just a sort of a high level overview of what we've currently been doing with our strategic plan. We have a very aggressive, detailed action plan that I've shared you, but if anybody is interested in that, we're happy to share that. Dr. Bleacher, do you have any comments?
No, that's very thorough. Thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, as we move forward, you know, we really sort of changed our position and our focus. We have launched a new website that reflects sort of these changes. And so Cheryl and I are working on our messaging and our needs, what our needs specifically will be of the commission, will be of our friends of the foundation, and what we'll need from the community. So we're excited about this next phase. Cheryl has been such a great addition to Trauma Foundation and has been a great support and maybe therapist for me at times. So I very much appreciate having a partner in moving the foundation forward. So thank you, Cheryl, for being here. I very much appreciate it. And with that, I'll open up the floor for any questions.
Well, thanks, Lori, for that report. And I would like to officially welcome Cheryl. Thank you for being here. Join the team. Any questions for Lori? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. The Georgia Quality Improvement Program update. Looks like Gina's back in the box.
Our report's on page 125, and Dr. Ashley, you spoke briefly about the Day of Trauma and the work being done in the work groups. We currently have 3 work groups around TBI, AKI, and opioids. A lot of great work going on in there, and it was great to meet in person. At the Day of Trauma, we had times for those work groups to meet. We gave time for a pediatric work group to meet as well, and then the level 3 and level 4 work group met. So I think that was very helpful to reinvigorate the groups and the work that they're doing, and really look at some deliverables and projects for those work groups. Dr. Benjamin is the lead of our TBI work group, and she presented the data, the initial data from our TBI drill down project that we just completed with the help of Dr. Jesse Codner, our research resident assigned to GQIP, who has been so helpful doing the statistical analysis that we need. And he could not join us because he is such an integral part of this work. And unfortunately, he's actually quarantined in Bermuda right now. Yes. So, but we appreciate his work so much. I want to bring your attention to 126 because the ArborMetrics project is kind of the cherry on top of the work that we're doing. And we appreciate the funding that was approved for that project back in February. And I wanted to let you know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, even though we haven't kicked that project off completely yet. Liz and I have been doing a lot of work around setting a really good foundation for that project. So we put together a brief little timeline so you can see where we're at, what we have accomplished, and what we see coming down the pipe for that. So right now, we're working with IT within DPH to make sure we have a good IT and secure data platform for that, as well as peer protection and data policies around to protect that data that we're going to be working with. So then we'll work with getting our contracts updated, get AG approval of those. And once we have that done, we'll be able to kick off the projects with Arbormetrics as well as the ESO to start those central sites. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, every stars align, everybody works together, that we're looking at probably December to really start with a project team on the Arbormetrics project. I was very excited about their presentation to show what we're going to be able to do with this project.
Gina, I can also, sorry to interject, but I know I said all the presentations from Day of Trauma are in the resource library, but I don't have theirs, but I do have the 8-hour recording of the thing, of the whole Day of Trauma. But I could cut their section and just post that, if that would be helpful
Yeah.
for the people that didn't see that.
That weren't able. And I got a lot of really good questions about that project, and sent out a follow-up email that this is a reality, and I think folks are really excited about that.
I think Josie and Tracy were very jazzed up. I could hear them behind us.
Yes.
Not only that, but I'll say my registrars came, they hadn't gotten to go anywhere, and everybody's been locked down with COVID, and so we had the opportunity to be able to fund them coming to the Day of Trauma, even though we didn't have registry-specific content. And they have been fired up since they got back about this project, because they're seeing, sort of, they like TQIP, they get the TQIP report, but they get frustrated because by the time you make changes with TQIP, it's so delayed, and you want to make changes, but then you have to wait. You don't know the impact of your change. So they're really excited. They love the presentation to be able to get the push reports out that are going to come, and then to be able to drill down into your data similar to what we do, but on a closer time frame from when you receive the data. So they were back and buzzing about it and how to, and let us know if they need any help. We really want to do it. We really want to participate. They're willing to step up to be on project teams or beta test teams and things. So you definitely got people really, really jazzed up about it.
Well, good. I was a little worried after their presentation,
No,
there was a little bit of crickets, but I think it's just like, they
was
need time to let it
processing.
sink in. We've been hearing about this project. And that's the first time that the larger scale has done that. And I spoke about it on the registry subcommittee yesterday too. And I do think there's a lot of excitement around what we're going to be able to do in more real time that TQIP has limited us.
TQIP I see is, it's course tuning, and it's very good and it's helpful, but then we're at like Michigan, we're at a point, we need to go to the next level. We're really getting down into fine tuning, and even more rapid tuning, where you don't have to wait for a year and a half for your report, or, see if you make implement something today, it takes a while for that TQIP report to turn, but that's the way it's designed. So this will be incredibly fast.
And I've had some really good conversations with Jesse as the chair of GCT of how we can align some of the projects we're working on to trickle down into other subcommittees. So we're all looking at some of the same things and same projects for the resources. And I've also had some questions, well, will TQIP go away? And I say absolutely not, because not only is that course tuning, but it's also that national benchmarking, right? If we benchmark ourselves just among ourselves, we could all be terrible and thinking we're doing a great job. So we really need the TQIP to keep us in check, and that we want to be better than the national average. That's our goal. We've moved the needle a lot in our spring collaborative report. Showed that from where we've come from 2017, but we want to see some green. That's
Well, our quality projects have been based on that older data. Now we can have data-driven projects through the subcommittees that are closer aligned in time to what we're actually seeing.
And we're seeing what we can see if what we're impacting is making a difference quicker, so that we don't waste time.
We don't have money.
doing something that's not working.
Yeah.
The TQIP report will change. The course report will change based on the fine report, but we can change the fine report much quicker.
Yeah.
And then the work groups were like the opioid group and stuff. We're even doing things that TQIP doesn't do. So it allows us to focus on ours in addition to the national agenda. So I think it's going to be good. I'm glad your registrars are fired up about it, because it does help them see what they really do every day. It makes a huge difference. And that's what we try to show our registrars, like when they see the data, you know, I'm not just sitting here putting stuff in a blank screen and my job is not working. Your job is very important and this is why, and then they get fired up. So.
Well, we pointed that out, the registry subcommittee, you know, having that data, we pulled all that data on the TBI patients, you know, to encourage them to look at Dr. Benjamin's presentation and see what they were able to garner from that data that they worked so hard to put into the registry. You know, I do think that's important for them to see it's being put to use.
And exciting that we'll get down to the level 4 center
Yes.
level now. And I heard on the TCAA Systems Committee call Monday afternoon, there's another state that's using Arbormetrics just for level 4 because there's no other benchmarking existing. So they're getting more into this level 4 space, which is going to be really helpful. So we don't have to with the care too.
Yeah, they can ask the question, you know, like the balls data will be good to look at.
Yeah.
March balls to see. We can't do that through TQIP. You know, that's just not something they do. So
Measure the impact of the project. Yeah, that's
we'll be able to
true.
do it. Yeah.
And we've got the security assessments are done and the special attorney general has been appointed for the peer review. That was
Let's put a lot of work in getting those two.
and we have the first meeting with her on Friday.
Good.
So we're moving along.
Very good.
It's happening. It's very exciting.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Jean. All right. Last but certainly not least, Mr. David Newton.
So I'm gonna give a little brief one and then I'm gonna let Renee and Kelly talk about some stuff.
Okay.
I heard there's a pandemic going on. I'm not sure if anyone else has heard that.
It's fake news.
Cutting edge.
It's old news.
Fake news.
So on that front, if you don't know, I wear another hat, which is the COVID testing coordinator for the state of Georgia, which that's become very interesting these days. We're actually going to be standing up some what we call spot site specimen point collection for COVID at some trauma centers. And it's not because it's a trauma center, but like you're going to get them at your hospital. And because we're getting a lot of reports from emergency rooms that people are coming into the emergency room for the sole purpose of a COVID test. So of course, they're exposing everyone that they're in there with, and they're kind of clogging up the ERs. And so we've got some vendors that are coming into the state that we're putting into a turnkey vendor. I tell them where to show up and they go to everything. So like Meadows Regional, Southwest Medical Center, Colquitt Regional, Emmanuel Medical Center, Fairview Park, Midler County Hospital, Floyd Medical Center, Paulding Hospital. So over the next couple of weeks, hopefully within the next 2 weeks, we're going to be having these spot sites set up to hopefully relieve a little bit of pressure from the emergency rooms there. The second thing is the Department of Public Health has received more money. We keep getting all these CDC grants that's related to COVID, but one of them that came out of the American Rescue Act was a public health workforce grant. And part of that I actually put in for 5 positions for EMS and trauma stuff. Some of those included like Region 3 having an assistant regional director because EJ has like half the state's ambulances right there. All 5 positions have been approved under that. And that includes a epidemiologist for cardiac data and an epidemiologist for EMS data. So not only do we have Dan Lynn for the trauma epidemiologist, we'll have an EMS epidemiologist, a cardiac epidemiologist, and we already have the entire Coverdale stroke team for that. So I'm very excited about that. That EMS epidemiologist will have a very large data set to go play in and be working with all of our stuff, including the time to care vectors and all that. So that's exciting. I'm going to turn it over to Renee to talk about the designations.
Okay. You have your list in front of you, and of course, the COVID has impacted that tremendously just because of the fact that we can't get site reviewers and also have trouble going into the visits. And unfortunately, we are not set up totally for virtual. And now that we've had a second surge or third surge or whatever this is, we certainly are going to work towards doing that as we go forward. But a couple of things to add. We do have a level 4 visit that's scheduled for September 15th. Hopefully that will go off without a hitch. What?
15th.
13th, sorry. You're right, 13th. I'm sorry. Well, you know, it's after flow with Dr. Ashley split. We did learn that one of our centers that was scheduled for ACS verification visit, that was a virtual visit by the college, has canceled that. And we're still not real clear why, because it was a virtual visit. But we're trying to get some direction on that, but evidently it's a resource thing as well, not being able to find the surveyors, and some other things. So we're still working into that. And then, we'll have another, one of our military bases, Fort Gordon, has a level 3 visit, by the college in November. So the military bases are kind of moving forward as well. Again, I'm not sure what this recent cancellation by the college means specifically, and there wasn't any follow-up date given on that. So we're just continuing to move forward. We've got a couple of visits in, but in fact, we recently did the site visit for Paulding, which is right on the edge of Region 1, not in Region 4, but they're right on the border. As a level 4, and we're actually called the night before and told that they were shutting down. We had a little panic attack for a little bit, but they did allow us to come on in for the visit. So not sure what the next few months will do for us, but we'll keep moving. We talked about a lot of different alternatives and some things in the process, so we're moving forward. Does anybody have any questions about where we are today? It might change tomorrow.
So just looking, I was looking at your table on 128, Renee, level 1. I assume that these are just listed without names, like it says in yellow, ACS verified, revisit 622, ACS verified, ACS verified.
And the dates that are on there for the ACS verifications are the ones that the college has given them. That's
Okay.
already been scheduled.
So it looks like 4 of the 6 are verified level 1s and 2 are pending visits. Am I reading that right?
Do I now? I'm
It
sorry.
looks like 4 of the 6 level 1s are verified.
Correct,
They're in yellow, and then 2 are pending visits.
correct.
Is that,
3 are pending verification visits.
3 are verified.
I mean, 3, I
One
counted
has an
wrong.
upcoming visit, one has
Yeah.
a pending visit.
And
Yeah,
then we
3 are
had-
verified and 2,
Correct. And we had a level 2 that just had their verification visit. We're still working with the outcome of that report, so.
Is there any reason the names aren't on there?
Well, we're trying not to, we're just trying not to disclose that information because again, I know it's.
Are you kidding? We brag about being ACS verified, so, I can see, you might not want to put the names of the pending people, but I don't know.
You have a list, you have the trauma center list.
Yeah, no, well, that's why, we have the trauma center list, so it'd be
Yeah,
a little
that-
bit easier.
That's more public. where
Because
this
I
is a little
think we
more-
were trying to
Once they're actually
guess.
designated, it's actually already on our license management
saw
system
that.
public portal, so you can actually just go look that up anytime. But we don't put like future stuff.
Oh, no, right, because just in case things don't go, right, you don't want, I
Yeah,
got
we don't
that.
put the status.
Because,
of things.
it's probably, so I'm guessing we were the top one, because we had our site visit. And
And if it's different than what I have on there, that's what I was sent from the college.
yeah, because the college extended, because your date's
Yeah, the
probably not
college
right
extended.
either, because we're doing June of
Well,
23.
we're
you
being
got
visited.
extended as well.
We got
Everybody
extended,
did.
but our next site visit will be we don't have it yet, but sometime
You're right.
in 23.
Yeah, we're somewhere between May, June of 23. is what-
And see, the problem is we've got several that had the consult visit and because of COVID and some other things that's pushed us out even further. And we got one that's notified. Well, I found out they requested a 2023 late visit. And so we're gonna have to go back and negotiate on some of those because it's just too far out
Mhm.
from the consult visit. So we're just trying to figure out how to handle all of that.
Okay.
And then some have never been given any future date.
Yeah, because I know they keep giving timeframes for applications. I don't know if that was a one-off, the visit that got canceled, because we got notification of the next block of times, because you have to almost request your date a year in advance, which is why I've been paying attention to it, because you can't miss your windows. Make sure you guys are doing the same thing. So you can't miss your window, and they fill it really quick. So I've been paying attention, and they're still taking applications.
Like we're
And then they'll
applying now,
close,
I
right.
think this month, we're applying for
423.
like April, May of 23.
Yeah.
Because if we don't apply now, because
You
they're a
don't
year
get it.
behind, we'll miss our window.
But one of the threes was told, even with their application, that they could not assign them a date at all.
Well, they don't assign you a date.
Well, no, they
So,
had no
like-
prospect, basically, was what they
Oh,
were saying.
yeah, because I was gonna say, you don't, that
No.
stressed me out. You don't get
No.
a date for 90 days before they come.
No,
So
so
you
they were saying that they weren't even considering dates at this time, so, but I'm still not real sure why one that was scheduled got canceled. Not bad,
I don't know either.
we're moving forward.
So if you have a center that gets a consult visit from the college that has 20 deficiencies, you guys accept that? Or do you?
No,
what do
they're
you
giving
do?
their provisional until they can get a visit from us and, or the ACS comes in. And in the meantime, they have to put together an action plan. We do follow.
And we've been given provisional designation.
Yeah, we've given.
We added that like 2 years ago to our rules, so.
So we're covering
And
and
then-
see like,
At the time, okay,
well, it has a time frame, but again, everything's been
Yeah.
cooped up
I
because
think the
of
way we wrote it in the rule was probably like a year.
for the
but-
year.
so kind of like the college gives you a 1 year.
Correct. And we,
And then you either submit things in writing or they come back and
Correct.
sign.
and see, we've got 2 centers that had dropped a level. And we were having to go in to do their visit as the new level that they went to. And so scheduling those has been difficult. I had one that I scheduled 3 different times and the team had to back out on each one. So it's just really difficult to get those things going. Again, we're talking some other strategies about how to handle some of these things, but they are in contact with us, and those who had deficiencies based on the consult report are having to submit action plans to us so that we know where they're going. It's not just dropped off.
Instead, you're using in-house review, in-state reviewers still, right?
We are, but I did try a couple out-of-state reviewers and they were not available either.
No, I'm sure.
I
right
mean,
now they're not.
we can't
Nobody's
get it,
available
get
right
it for
now.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Kelly. can talk about
Oh, yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
learning.
I can say good afternoon.
Do we make it?
Trent Ernie.
Transition us.
Last thing standing between you and the door.
I guess so, yeah, don't feel any pressure.
Yes, I hear you. Just wanted to talk about the trained education platform. You got the letter on the invitation to collaborate. Answer any questions you may have, any concerns you may have. Just the training platform, very robust training system. It's powered by the Public Health Foundation. It's used by multiple agencies and entities across the United States, including like the CDC. But, you know, the platform has the ability that we can work with partners on it. If we've got partners wanting to provide education on that system, it has the functionality to do that. Our partners can put the education on there. We have a brief approval process of it, especially if EMS folks are going to get CE education. We do the CE approval just like we do any of our other CE requests that come in. As well as any education, we do a brief cursory review of it just to make sure we don't have somebody putting some education on there.
Or that there's not technical issues.
Or, you know, make sure there's not going to be any technical issues to that education, but also make sure somebody's not putting education on there that would be, the best thing I could think of having something in there like the Trauma Commission states or DPH states, having stuff like that on there that we wouldn't want on that system. It also has the ability when providers put education on the system, the providers can
can include or exclude certain user groups on the system. So like, we have some agency providers that are putting some education on the system that is specifically for their employees. And those providers can say, I only want this for my employees, or I want this for my employees and anybody else who wants to take it. So the system has that functionality. It has the ability that as much education as we, between us and all our partners and collaborations can put on there, as well as the ability to have as many users as we need for free. And those users would have free access to the system, as well as the education that you wanted to put on the system if you were a partner would be free to put on there as well. And just to give you some examples, or maybe even like I heard, I think it was Gina who talked about it would be great putting together a trauma system orientation training. That is something, that's an example of what could be put on this, and you could limit it to certain agency types or certain category types of individuals. That training's out there, it's free, and they can do it when it works for them. If they want to sit at home at 7 o'clock on a Friday night out on porch doing some training or something like that, that's available. You know, I heard you talk about the financial education training. I know that training really is preferred in person. I think we all enjoy it when we can come sit in a room together. But also I think there's opportunities that everybody can't be here today. So having virtual education is an option too. So those are some of the benefits. Lori, I was even thinking that the Trauma Foundation could even be a partner. And if there were education that y'all see needed, that could put that education on the system.
That's great.
Is a possibility. So I just wanted to see if there were questions, concerns, or anything that we could answer from you in regards to the training, learning management system.
Well, what do y'all think? Sounds like a pretty robust system.
Yeah, you had
with some
mentioned
big
last time
options.
about putting, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Ashley.
No, I was just gonna say, it sounds like there's some opportunities here.
Yeah, and every EMS agency can have access to it, put on their own training. Every trauma center, if they wanted to have an onboarding for their personnel, they can put it on there. And there's no cost to them. The only thing you gotta have is web storage space, which is like $20 a month. It's so cheap these days. Most hospitals already have it, so it's really no cost. And we even, we've already offered this to all of our EMS agencies. If you can record a PowerPoint, which means all you gotta have is a laptop, PowerPoint, and microphone. If you send it to us, we will put it in the SCORM package. It's a technical specification, and we'll upload it for you, right, to your system. And I mean, you still control it, completely yours, but we already have the software to do that, so that you don't even have that. If you literally have PowerPoint in the laptop, you can create training. We've already done that with Pulse Collaborative and a couple of others. So it's a very easy system to use, and it's the only system that we can allow to directly dump data into our licensing system. So we don't have, you know, connections with others. So we automatically do that. So when you take training on the system, if you're a licensee, you know, as soon as I run the report, it dumps it over to their license automatically. So it's already on there.
So it handles like your attendance and like.
Yeah, it also will handle attendance for more than just, because what we are probably using it for in our office is putting online education. But if you had a conference or something, it actually has that ability to schedule conferences and breakout sessions and link to a Zoom, you know, so you can use it for your training record. Like if you wanted to see everything that you've done, whether it's virtual or it's, you know, in person, you can use that for that. So you can even use it for registration.
I was gonna ask about the TCAA finance.
That sounds really expensive. Who's paying? I mean, it's nice, right? Because you
So
said we
this
could
is-
all do it
it's
for
a-
free.
It's a national
So-
foundation, so it's the Public Health Foundation, so they are foundation, so they do get money, and CDC pays them a rather hefty sum every year. It's actually pretty cheap for a state to enroll, but it's the whole state, it's not individual agencies. When we paid it, it's actually out of our emergency preparedness money. And even DPH nursing program is gonna be putting some nursing CE on there as well. I mean, other states have this where they have, the moment we flip the switch on it, we already have, I think it was 27 courses, because all the other states that had already put content on there that was EMS approved, we went and verified, that it meets our standards. And so literally the day that we turned it on, we already had, 20 something courses. We got 31 now. So, and it's free. And that's where we will put mandatory education for medics. So that, because like the legislature passed something this year, that every medic in the state of Georgia has to have training on congenital adrenal hyperplasia. It was a JARMS Act. And instead of requiring the agencies to create that training, we're creating it for them, and then the medics will just have to go online. It's gonna be like a 20-minute training. But it's an easy way for us to get out that mandatory content that our medics have to have.
I forgot, I'm having Dr. Ashley disease.
Something
It's
else.
just floating around.
Oh, GCAA, because their contents like considered proprietary, because they're not, they are for. How does, would you own the content then if we uploaded it, or how can I, and then
You own the
they
content.
wouldn't let me, they would not want that to be shareable. They'd want us to just keep that for trauma center, Georgia Trauma Center access.
So
Can you
you-
lock it down like that?
Oh, yeah. So when you are what Trent calls a course provider, a content provider,
Oh, okay,
you completely control everything. The only thing that we have to do is go click approve,
okay,
and then boom, it's out there. But
okay.
you can also set up that not anyone can just go, because this is the entire country that can see this. You can lock it down so that they have to have a password, or you have to approve every registration. You can charge. Now, the system doesn't accept payments, but you can say there's a cost for it, whatever it is. But yeah, when you put it on there, you completely control your content.
And then I can tell if they, who viewed it.
Oh, yeah.
See,
You can
that'd be
see-
great for the P4P, because for the people
Exactly.
who can't come, we could show that they
Absolutely.
did the training.
Yeah,
That'd
so
be
you
great.
can, when you go into a course, you can run the roster report and see what day they started it, what day they completed it, all that stuff. So you have complete access to all that. You can put tests on
Yeah, I was
there
just gonna say, it has the ability that you can put tests on there.
Oh,
and evaluations. Right, so we've actually written a standard post-course evaluation, but if you have another post-course evaluation, you can put that on there as well. You can do pre and post tests. The system is very robust.
This could be a great educational platform for a lot of us in the sense that we need to educate registrars. We need, there's turnover. I know y'all in GCT worked on things like when a new person takes over, what do they do? I know y'all have talked about that. I mean,
Well, we don't
this
have
could
a
all just be
central
there.
platform.
Go to
Sure,
site,
what-
go to
that's what I'm
We
site.
don't have a
talking
central
Right.
platform to put it on.
But now you've
That's
got
what-
one.
Exactly, that's what I've talked to both Renee and Marie about is, because, when we have a new center or a new trauma program manager or a new trauma medical director,
Yep.
there's a lot of one-on-one training, which we're still gonna need, but if they could record that ahead of time,
Yeah.
there's much less of a burden, administratively on their part. Like, if they literally want to sit there on a Friday at 7 o'clock, I don't think I'm doing a Friday at 7. Maybe a Thursday at 7 o'clock. But they can do it whenever, and so there's much less of a jump to get that new person on board. And you can do, just like you can do with any other, you can do screen captures where if it's in the DI registry or in our registry, right, you can record all of that, so.
Or a refresher too, because it's,
Absolutely.
when you're new and you hear this, it's overwhelming and you take it all in.
Yep.
To have access then to say, okay, we're going over this today, but here's a link where you can view this information again. Look it over. If you have questions, always let us know, but that's a nice for them to go back and refer to if they need to. So yeah, it's really helpful, I think.
Was that Renee and GCT and y'all do?
We
Ever
did
so
one
often
about
these new
twice
trauma
a year. We
programs,
we started them and then of course this.
That should be recorded and be on there. That would be
Yeah,
good.
that's what we talked about was those sessions, make them available to, and then if not, and two, I think you can open them up where it's live too, correct?
Yeah, you can link it and then again.
And then
record it
so
on.
that if we had we could show the session and then have a chat session or something with it, or,
We wouldn't do that through like WebEx, but
Yeah.
it's still recorded on the train system.
I think that's great.
So it's not, so I guess now that I'm a little more clear. So it's not like a live thing, it's an on
So
It's
you
not like
can,
hosted
you
for
can do where you can register for a live session.
Okay.
Now, it itself is not like WebEx or Teams where you can do it inside.
It would
the
just be your
system.
registration.
You could do it as registration, and then you could, you know, from WebEx or Teams, you can dump it back into the system. So again, they can see their transcript.
Got it.
Very cool. Sounds good. We need to do anything or just information?
And just to get information, I mean, I know we've talked about this at the subcommittee, and if there's any training that people want to create, it's much cheaper to create training than it is to buy a whole system. So obviously, if there's some partnerships there, that's what we're here for, right? It's about being partners and collaboration.
And Kelly, and I'll reach out to you because the GCTE Education Subcommittee is trying to refocus instead of maybe bringing box packages or box programs, looking at what education our system needs and like tidbits. And so this may be a good platform for that. So I'll reach out to you.
Yeah,
and talk more.
and Jesse, that's why we wanted to talk to you later today.
Sounds like it'd be great for GCTE, the foundation, and all the things that we're doing that we need people to have access to how you do this, how you do this. I mean, you just look at Jessica's report this morning on, if you hadn't been here and just happened to be a nerd and follow that agreed upon procedures, I'm taking a shot at myself, you'd never know that. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? So I
Right,
mean,
for our finance department,
for
if
the
they go through
finance,
the auditing process.
trying to tell some poor CFO somewhere, well, you know, do it, I mean, we do need to organize, we got a lot of stuff
Send
going
them
on
the
in our
link.
education.
Well, and one of the things,
Jessica.
leading to the finance stuff, one of the things Liz and I talked about a year or two ago was about, you know, especially for these rural hospitals, just doing a financial type thing for them to show them, you know, where they can best utilize their money and how to help them financially to support the trauma program and things like that. There's a real need for that kind of stuff, because they just don't know where to go. So if we had those kind of things on there for every aspect, the finance, the administrators, the whole thing, I think it would be extremely helpful to those small centers, again, because they're the ones that can't get out and travel sometimes to some of these meetings.
And you can put nursing and CT on there as well. So I was actually talking to our director of nursing at DPH about creating courses that are both medic credit and nursing credit. And when you register for the course, you just click on which type of credit you want, and it'll generate a certificate for you.
And it's so nice for that to just dump in your file.
Exactly.
Very
You don't
good.
have to-
Okay, we'll move into, is that it? Kelly? I haven't seen your moment. David, is that-
I'm
all
gonna
right.
get flashcards.
Thank you all. All right, any new business?
I put a call out so that we can
There
be
was,
more
oh, no new
official.
business. I saw that.
So
Okay.
we can be more official.
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved.
Okay,
Any discussion? You want to talk about adjourn? Okay,
you know,
shut up. All right, on that note, we'll stand adjourned.
did that get recorded on the owl that you told me to shut up?
Thank you, guys.
It was a vicious meeting. Such a pie hole.